not only the supervisors, but for the general public. So let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Dirks, please.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. Let's go ahead and go to presentations and recognitions. And there's none? Oh, awesome, okay. All right, how about department head announcements then?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We do have an announcement out of our RMA department. We have Steve Loop that is going to present hospital road item. It's a really great item that we actually received an award, and Steve was present to receive it. So.
I did. So if you're not familiar, we recently completed the Hospital Road Bridge project. And now if you want to travel from Southside Road over to Cienega, you can do that. We have a brand new road connection for the public, which will also help our emergency vehicle response. And that bridge project was recently awarded the Project of the Year by the American Public Works Association for structures that cost between $5 and $25 million. So it's been a long process, but we are very appreciative to receive that award. So great job to all involved.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, did we do the certificate of posting and the notice of temporary procedures?
We didn't do the temporary procedures, but we did then. Okay, so
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
Good morning, board members and members of the public. The chambers is open for the public, and all attendees may attend the board meeting in person following state guidelines. If you'd like to make a comment during the general public comment, please provide a speaker card, and you will be called for your 2 minutes. For consent items, please provide a speaker card as well. Online, you can make a comment on Zoom by pressing the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone.
Thank you, Vanessa. All right, so we'll go back to department head announcements. We do have a few more announcements. I wanted to ask the board to please reserve March 15th, 9 o'clock. That is next week, next Tuesday. It's our board retreat, and I think it's important that you put that in your calendar, and as well as the public to know. It is going to be a filled day of activities, so hopefully you reserve the entire day for that. We have most of the items are from your board. You had asked for general law versus charter counties. We are fortunate enough to have Jeffrey, one of the senior analysts from CSAC, here to present for that, so that's going to be great. We also have the financial overview and analysis that your board has requested, and tying that into potential projects in the county, road projects and other projects, to show where we stand with that. We also have Michelle Rubalcava. She'll be here providing legislative priorities and as well as lobbying 101. And then we have we're going to have Bobby Chung and David Leifer here to elaborate a little further on the financial options that we have for those projects. So we have a lot of things, a lot of activities, and hopefully you can reserve that day. One thing I wanted to mention is typically we usually have it off-site, but this year with COVID, there has been locations that we were asking for. They were not able to hold it off-site. So we're going to have it here in the chambers. And then next year, we'll hopefully have it off-site, just as an FYI to your board. There'll be a few other things that we'll cover as well. Your board did ask to discuss the 3 minutes for the public, so we'll have that and have your board move that forward, as well as just how we administer the meetings. I think it's going to be important. We're going to invite Babs Kavanaugh as well, that will provide governance principles and guidelines, and discuss that at a high level for your board. So I think it'll be a very good conversation with her as well. With that, we'll move on to Health and Human Services is requesting item number 16 on consent be pulled for to a later date. They have to do a little bit more work on this item. So that is
Which one, Ray?
16?
item 16. And I believe that's all we have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go then to board announcements. Does anybody have any announcement they would like to make? I'll kind of start off really briefly, and it's just more of conducting business today. There's a conflict in scheduling today, and so we need to make it a hard stop at 3:30. But I'm going to ask supervisors from this point forward that we clear our schedules completely for any supervisor date. And let's just kind of try to be really succinct today. So I'm going to deviate a little bit in the presentations of how we deal with each item, as opposed to the presenter presenting and then of having questions and then going to the public and then coming back to us. I'm going to ask the supervisors to hold their questions and the comments until the same time, and we'll go straight to the public after the presenter presents, and then questions and comments can be made at the same time. Okay, and again, this is not for discussion, this is just, I'm just letting you know, just for the
Madam
sake
Chair,
of
can we
getting through.
decide as a board on that?
Yes, we can, we can.
I don't, it's not that uncommon to have a member missing at a government meeting if that's their schedule, if they can't make it. We only have 2 of these a month, so.
I understand, and I'm not trying to ostracize anyone, but I'm just saying let's try to just be succinct today rather than try to discuss it. So Supervisor Kosmicki would like to, is that a motion yet?
Well, yeah, I don't know if we can make a motion, but I think the board should decide if we're gonna have a hard stop at 3:30, just because otherwise we're gonna have to continue the meeting and come back another day. It
Yes,
doesn't
that would
make
be
sense.
obvious, yes. Okay, I heard a oh no, so obviously there's already a majority on the board asking us not to do that.
We-
So,
What's the reason for having a hard stop at 3:30? There's a conflict?
there's just a conflict in the schedule, yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Hernandez, do you want to speak up? I believe it's your
Yeah,
schedule.
I have commitment that I have to attend,
Okay.
so, but, I mean, yeah, we can keep going. I mean,
Yeah.
the
There-
I
reality
mean,
is.
with all due respect, I think the priority should be trying to get the meeting done. I have no problem trying to get it done as fast as possible. I think we need to tighten things up as it is. So hopefully we can make the 3:30
Yeah.
cutoff. It's a
3:30
target. But
historically has
if
been-
we're over a little bit and you have to leave, then I would suggest we try to wrap it up, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, and I'm just
Yes, that's
concerned
fine.
that there's a few items on the agenda, toward the later part of the agenda that are 4/5 vote, and, in order for passage, it would require everyone
Maybe we
remaining.
could put those off if that's an issue.
Okay.
If there's one item or something, we should
O-
put
okay.
that off.
Okay, so then let's just is it okay that we do the approach of the presenter, then the public, and then coming back to us? Okay, and if that doesn't work today, we can always revert back to what we have been doing, okay? All right, so on that note, does any other supervisor have a comment that they would like to make today?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. A few things. First of all, in the last since our last meeting, there was a very serious accident on Fairview, just off Santa Ana Valley Road, where someone sadly was killed, and it brings to light. Obviously, there's a lot of factors involved, but it brings to light the conditions of our roads, unfortunately, and how that may or may not play a factor in it. And so when we do our, maybe when we're doing our retreat, I'm sure we'll be talking about roads. And I'd like to take a closer look at how we're prioritizing which roads we're doing first. And in my mind, the priority should be to, number one, safety, and, and related to that is the traffic on those roads. So, for example, I might try to push to see all of Fairview dealt with sooner than later, because it's a highly trafficked road as opposed to some of the other roads. So anyway, just something I wanted to mention. Let's see, I believe it was last week, I was going to mention, I went on a tour, and I think others up here have done this as well, and I hadn't had a chance. But Herman Garcia from Cheers, that deals with waterways in our area, gave me a tour of the Betterville Road area, the confluence of Samuel River and Pajaro River. It was fascinating to have, to take a look at that. I had no idea that that's where Samuel River ends. And anyway, it's amazing some of the stuff that he's doing in that area, the cleanup, and I think it's an exciting project. Next Tuesday evening, I've set up a Zoom meeting with county staff and the developer to go over the LECO project for the Quail Hollow and Oak Creek residents, to give them a timeline on how that project's going forward. It's an informational Zoom meeting next Tuesday evening at 6:30, and we've sent out emails, and we'll get it on social media, but if anyone's out there in that neighborhood, Quail Hollow or Oak Creek, and they don't know how to get on there, they can certainly contact me. I was going to mention, congratulate Steve and the RMA for the Project of the Year award. It's hard to believe that we won an award for our infrastructure. It's probably a first in my lifetime. But anyway, congratulations. And then lastly, I think many people already know this, but I just wanted to officially mention at our meeting that I'm not running for a new term here at the end of this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I also wanted to congratulate Steve and the RMA office for the Project of the Year award. That's really impressive. I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, for bringing up the accident at Santa Ana and Fairview. Obviously, that's a big concern for my district. I do know that we are getting the light at Hillcrest and Fairview, which will help with some of the traffic. We've continued to add stoplights along Fairview, and that helps a little bit, but obviously we have a long way to go. So I do appreciate you bringing that up. I want to say that the landfill tours have begun. They're going to be every Wednesday of the month, so there's one tomorrow at 1. We still have some room. If you're interested in attending, we're trying to limit it to 10 people per tour for safety reasons. But we'll add more tour dates if needed. So you can call the landfill directly to reserve your spot. That phone number is 831-637-4515. Also, too, you can Google John Smith Landfill and look up the number there as well. The next tour is March 16th at 3, March 23rd at 11, March 30th at 1. If we have an overwhelming response, we'll continue to add tours. Waste Solutions is committed to that in order to continue to accommodate people, educate people about where we're at with the landfill, possible expansion, and things like that. It's an opportunity for people to ask questions. They've committed to having the key people that are responsible, engineer, science, the science of everything, the daily operator of the landfill, the manager of it, and somebody from Waste Connections as well is there. So you'll have an ample opportunity to get all your questions answered. Everything you ever wanted to learn about trash and landfill, you'll be able to get that information there. And then lastly, I just wanted to say today is International Women's Day. I just want to make sure that and encourage everyone to, if there's a woman in your life who you feel has done something extraordinary, to make sure that you recognize them and give them some accolades. It's, I kind of look at it as acknowledging those who first paved the way for the many who come behind. So,
Here. Supervisor Kozmicki.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, I see people here, believe they're going to talk about SNP, so thank you for being here. And it looks like we are considering something as far as maybe additional funding for that. So encourage you to speak your mind and put pressure on this board on that, much needed. And then the third annual Moonlight Walk at the Anza Trails coming April 18th. It sounds like 6:45 to 7:45 is just sort of the prime time from the moonlight aspect. And I encourage residents to contact Reach San Benito on that if you'd like to take part or get more details. Bellotto Park Spring Picnic I saw is May 1st, and just put that in here again because it seems, we're having events again. So I'm just glad to see that our community is able to get together and gather more often as things wane here with the pandemic, hopefully. I met with public health staff members about the flavored tobacco issue under consideration. There's more to come on that. And then, unfortunately, I saw something about an animal sacrifice site and got some emails on it, reported in the Fremont Peak area. It sounded very disturbing to me. I contacted the sheriff's office, and they communicated with other law enforcement agencies, and they're aware, along with the State Park Ranger and Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And then for myself, when we started our terms, I had planned to have office hours myself, just as a regular staple, and unfortunately we were right in the midst of the worst of the pandemic. But as long as our numbers, keep going down and stay the way they are, just look out for that. For me, I'll be making an announcement on hours, and I plan to have office hours here at the chamber, or here at the admin building, and then I'll do some remote ones as well for the areas like Aromas, San Juan, maybe once a month in those areas as well. And then I'm wondering if we can either provide an estimated time, and I contacted the CAO on this, either provide an estimated time or else move up the Veterans Military Affairs Resolution agenda item off consent. And I know we normally request that later, but if it's possible to move that up on the agenda, I would appreciate that, just so that we can give them recognition, verbally, as opposed to a consent item on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick, brief comments. Yeah, I'm actually excited that we are opening up again. We have opening ceremonies this Friday at Little League, so that's going to be pretty fun to see the little ones out there playing. And then we have an upcoming Economic Development Committee meeting. I know that's a lot of interest to the community, so wait to hear a report back on that. And then I also had a question on what we're going to be doing with the San Justo Reservoir, and I know that's supposed to be at a request for a future item, but I just wanted to throw it out there to let the supervisors kind of meditate on that a little bit. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know exactly how to handle this one. Supervisor Kozmicki, I received a phone call this morning, multiple phone calls this morning regarding the consent item that you're asking to request, and they asked for it to maintain on the consent item that it's in regards to Sherry Stevens' work, what she's done, and she was even told that she does not need to attend here in person. So I just wanted to leave it on the consent, because I had told her I would definitely pull it for her if she had wanted, but we had that conversation this morning, and there's a lot of other issues going on there at the
Okay,
the
I
Veterans
received a
Building.
call requesting it, so I was just
Yeah,
passing on the request.
but it's acknowledging her work and her efforts locally, and so she respectfully asked me to leave it on the consent. Okay, so on that note, let's go ahead and move on then to public comment. So, Madam Clerk.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for items not on the agenda, you can please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We'll start with Susan Hilden.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Chair and Board. Before I start, two things. To Mr. Loop, congratulations on the bridge. It has liberated many, many residents out in that direction. It was an eyesore for years, and it looks beautiful, and I want to commend you all. Secondly, I love In God We Trust where you moved it. I think it looks beautiful, and I hope you'll leave it there. I'm here today to once again talk about spay and neuter in our county. My name is Susan Domert Hilden, and I've been 51 years here. Something like that. And I didn't move here when I was born, so I'm a lot older than that. I am here to talk once again about statistics, spay and neuter. I know, Colin, thank you. I hope we do get on your agenda, and I hope we see the county step up. I did give this statistic last time I spoke, but 20% of the feral animals, feral cats that are coming in are from the city. That means 80% is from the county. We are a community, San Benito County. It's a whole here. The county has always approached it as a whole. We are one. We need to have all people with funding to help in this area. It's not going to go away. It continues to be a problem. We're building houses faster than you turn around. There's a new housing development going up. Those people need help with spay and neuter. They need help with animal care. There is nobody in town to do it anymore. There is no low-cost spay and neuter other than the SNP bus that's brought in under payment from the city right now. I would like to end with what I'm going to say, and I'll come up here every time and I'll end with this because I want you to let this resonate with you. Cats can become pregnant as early as 5 months, and the number of cats increases without intervention by caring people trapping. A pair of breeding cats,
Thank you.
which can have 2 or more litters per year, can exponentially produce 420,000 offspring. Let that sit.
Marina Gordon?
Hi everyone. My name is Marina Gordon. I came to the United States in 2011. I always thought the United States was a very developed country and I wouldn't see homeless and stray animals here. But I quickly changed my mind when I saw feral cats in San Juan Bautista and surrounding areas. It was like a third world country in that respect. My husband and I have been trapping cats for years, and we have lost count on how many cats we have fixed and rescued. I would say hundreds and hundreds over the years. It took us years to get the feral cat population under control in San Juan Bautista, and now we're trying to help other areas in San Benito County like Hollister or Aromas. The largest cat colony we fixed was in San Juan Bautista with 85 cats at one house and over 100 cats at a Hollister industrial park. When colonies get larger like this, many cats get very sick and suffer. We hate seeing animals suffer, and that's why we trap and rescue cats. Many times we beg other countries for spay and neuter appointments for San Benito cats and spend a lot of our own time and money because we have no resources for animals in this county. We're happy that SNP Bus is providing us services, and we're asking you to provide more spay and neuter services with SNP Bus. San Benito County is a very beautiful place, and we would like to make it better by fixing our animals because they are our animals and we're responsible for them. Nobody wants to see sick cats running all over the street in San Benito County.
Thank you.
Natalie Day?
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Depending on where you get your info, my name is Natalie Day, and depending on where you get your info, there are anywhere between 35 and 100 million free-roaming cats in the United States. So the low estimate's 35 to 45, the high estimate's 65 to 100 million. But there's no question on how many of those are unfixed. 97%. There's all the sources have the same number. Only 3% of those cats are fixed. But we're better off here because we have people like Marina and Cat Crew and the people that work tirelessly, rescue hundreds of cats in San Juan. Now she's coming over here because she's already fixed San Juan Bautista. Now she's here to help us. spending their own money. They've done their own clinics. Cat Crew put on 2 feral cat clinics this summer with their own funds, and we fixed over 53 cats from the San Benito County riverbed, the Hospital Road homeless encampment. And 53 cats from a couple of people taking some kitties down to the riverbed to be homeless with, you know. These are community cats, and we're a community. We failed them by allowing them to overpopulate and to suffer, and we continue to fail them as we look the other way and ignore and not enforce or implement spay-neuter ordinances. Madam Chair and the board, I encourage you to do your own research with these numbers. I mean, you can find anything out on the interwebs, but there's nowhere that it says that this is going to go away. There's nowhere that it says we don't have to worry about this. Once I knew the truth about the numbers here, it was impossible to unknow it. And we can't do it quickly or cheaply, but we can do it, and we need to do it, and we have to do it soon and educate this public about the importance of spay-neuter. Thanks. I'm going to go up there every week.
Thank you.
Susan Biscaborn?
Good morning. My name is Susan Biscaborn, and I'm just here on behalf of a number of cats that have been snipped at the snip bus. Their lives have been improved. They have been vaccinated. They've been given their vaccination, their rabies. They have been fixed and released, given homes, or gone back, or gone to barn homes. The first ones are a family of 5 kittens and their orange mother off Fairview Road near the company. And after 156, these were all fixed. 4 of them were females, which is unusual. That's a lot of kittens that are not roaming. They are with a family feeding them. Number 2 is Pinote School, where I work. We've taken numerous cats from a house across the street, fixed them, and released them unbeknownst to the people there. They are no longer having kittens. And also 2 cats were dumped there last year. They were fixed, given their vaccinations, and they went on to some very good homes. One of those was a female. Another place I've worked is Ridgemark, the back gate, south gate. It's a dumping ground for kittens. We pick them up there in the old trees that have fallen down. We find homes, we get them snipped, we find homes, or many have gone to barn homes on Cienega Road. The 4th is Enterprise Road, which is a real problem. We have taken 15 cats in the past 2 snips from one particular house where the residents passed away, and we are still working on that. And then there is my favorite, George, on Enterprise Road, who is a vet, a World War II vet. He's an elderly gentleman. He takes care of his cats really well. They are given food, treats. We just fixed 3 of his. We have 1 more to go. They are his friends and his pets. They're well taken care of. A few years ago, we fixed, I think, about 7 there. Enterprise Road is the scene of fixing these cats may have prevented these kittens.
Thank you.
that were born from these
Aide Fregoso?
Hi, good morning. My name is Aide Fregoso, and I have, I don't like to see those kitties or cats suffer, so I try to help them, and I have, my situation is that my neighbor, he keeps bringing cats, and but they don't take care of them, so, and they don't give them food or anything, so I contact SNPs, and they help me to, and they keep having more cats and more kitties and more. So I ask help for SNPs, and they help me. So right now we have like around 50 cats fixed. So if wasn't for them at the where I live, they were having more and more and more. So this is very, very bad problem right there. So I thank them for help me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas?
Good morning. I wasn't planning on speaking until I saw the new "In God We Trust" above the county emblem or symbol. And I just find it ironic that you have the word God up there right above the beautiful drafting of the mission. That mission was built by Indian slaves whose culture was stolen under the name of God. For those who believe, I'm not telling you not to believe, and I'm not telling you to believe the way I do. I'm not telling you how I believe and what I do believe and don't believe in. I don't put it onto people's faces. But I just find it offensive as a Native American that you have that word up there over the mission. This country was built by slaves, by the Chinese, and it was the white man that decided that it's their religion that this country exists, and if you didn't believe in it, you were a savage. I understand that this is a quota or the motto in the early 50s. In the early 50s, black people couldn't even vote. A black person could not even marry a white person. And the motto is "In God We Trust." I personally find it offensive. You need to find another place for it. It doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong in those big letters. That's my opinion. That is opinion of other people. I am not saying to not believe in your God. You may choose to do so, but it doesn't represent everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Martinez. I've been a county resident for over 40 years. And I know many of these wonderful folks who are there at the meeting in person to advocate for the SNP clinics. And I recently fostered one of the many kittens that Natalie Day rescued from the Hollister riverbed. I'm here because I am really concerned about the unnecessary suffering and death of feral, stray, and owned kittens and cats in the county who are simply being born because people aren't getting their cats spayed and neutered. This is creating a vicious cycle of cat overpopulation and often, frankly, the pretty horrific suffering and death of kittens, baby kittens and cats due to illness, disease, predators, getting hit by cars, and even very cruel people. I and other local animal rescuers, many of which are here today, have seen this firsthand. We've seen kittens dying slow and painful deaths due to preventable illnesses. This is real and this is happening in our community. And as a community, we have to do better than this. And I stand with other concerned community members here, and we're urging the board to approve funding for the SNP mobile spay and neuter clinics to offer no and low cost spay and neuter for our county's most vulnerable and neediest kittens and cats. Thank you so much for your time and for your service to our county. And Colin, I want to thank you, especially as my supervisor. You've always been very responsive, and I appreciate your involvement in this. Thank you so much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. This is a little self-congratulatory on the part of Reach in that this, in March of 2014, we received our 501c3 status and have been working toward better parks and plans and trails and paths since then. Our great privilege. Thank you. Working with the RMA, recently we've supported the efforts for the Clean California grant application. to renovate the San Juan to Anzar High School and included the bathrooms at the River Park, Regional Park. Unfortunately, we were not included in the 30% of projects accepted. But there are more opportunities available for safe ways, connectivity, and active transportation in the near future that we will be pairing with the RMA on those efforts. And we so appreciate that inclusion and to bring our expertise forward for them and for the county. It's awfully wonderful that there's been recognition for the hospital bridge, which is part of that connectivity, and there's a lot of space there for walkers and bicyclists that want to get across that space. And I know that Steve Loop would be very pleased to also bring Mike Chambliss's name in there and those RMA directors who have previously worked on that project. And it's wonderful that we received that. So thank you very much, and park on.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hi, yeah, my name is Susan Logue. I'm a resident of Hollister. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for all their actions in regards to the community and trying to do the best for us. Also, the Friends of the Library has their major fundraiser on March 20th. It will be at Ridgemark from 12:30 to 3:30. And this is a wonderful opportunity for people to have a good time. At the same time, learn more about the library, the Friends of the Library, and the Coalition for a New Community Library. If you'd like more information, you can go to our website. It's www.sbcfriends.org and purchase tickets either online or you can call the Friends. And that number is, we should have it memorized, but it's 205. Oh, sorry. Yeah, oh dear. Sorry to keep you waiting on that one. Also, I did attend the phone number for the Friends is 205-1373. I also attended the Hollister 150 committee meeting, and that was really exciting to see Hollister celebrate its 150th year of incorporation, August 2022. So that'll be really fun. Anyway, thanks very much for all you do, and we look forward to continue to work with you in the future.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Stephanie Castro, and I just wanted to speak about the SNP clinic as well, that I think this is such an important service that we provide our community, and it really needs to get funded by the county. I personally have trapped 5 cats, a mom, 4 kittens, actually 6 cats, a mom and her 4 kittens, and have gotten them fixed. But I had to go outside of the county to do that because I went to where it was cheaper to do that because they provided that service in that county. And my mom is a resident as well. So I was able to do that. But that facility no longer exists. It was St. Francis Assisi, the clinic there, and they no longer are in business. And so we need something like that here in Hollister. We really need to get these cats trapped and fixed. And people are doing it out of their own pocket and out of their own heart, but so that we're helping the community, but we need help with paying for that. I also trapped another cat and ended up, I didn't want her ear snipped because they do clip the ear to make sure and show that they are fixed, but this was going to be an indoor cat only. And so I paid the full price of $130 or something to get her fixed and keep her indoors. But it's really, not everyone has money to do that. I mean, I actually certainly didn't have money, but I did it anyway because I knew it was important. And we really have to fund this. It is so important that we fund this. People are doing this out of their own pockets, and we just can't do that all the time. And it's just going to get the cat population, dog population is just going to become rampant, but mostly the cat population because they're free ranging type animals.
No other comments.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and move on to the regular agenda then at this point. Item number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have Tracy Belton, our Health and Human Services Director, on the line.
Nice. Good morning. Could you please move Dr. Geller? There we go. He's there now. And if you could share our PowerPoint, please.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm very pleased to report to you as we're pulling this up that as the data will show, we are through the worst of the surge. We are in decline mode now and have seen a significant reduction in cases. Next slide, please. You can see here that our current case rate, which is about 23 cases per 100,000 residents, is about a tenth of what it was in mid-January, when it was 225 cases per 100,000. We continue to see decreased incidence as well as the lagging indicators of decreased hospitalization and death. I should note, just for future reference, given these developments, we are going to be updating this epidemiological dashboard, and we'll be reducing our weekly updates, reducing 2 weekly updates from the current frequency of twice a week. Now, obviously, if we get new activity and a new variant of concern, we will restore these updates with greater frequency back to twice a week. But at this point, there's really not enough change to make twice weekly updates meaningful. Next slide, please. This slide shows you our current cumulative hospitalizations and deaths, respectively. As you can see, we've had a total of 396 hospitalizations, of whom 354, or roughly 90%, have been among the unvaccinated. In deaths, we've had 96 deaths thus far, of which 89 were unvaccinated, or around 93%. Next slide, please. Most of our deaths have been among individuals who also had chronic diseases that predispose to a worse course of disease if infected with the virus. Here is our summary by age of current vaccination status. And as you can see, overall, we're just shy of 74% of the eligible county residents who have been vaccinated. Boosters have been administered to 21,000 of that, so that's somewhere where we need to continue progressing. Though we have had, we've boosted almost 5,700 individuals since the middle of January. To increase among the younger population. And as you can see, bold in red here, we are very focused our outreach efforts and increasingly social media and engagement efforts on these 2 groups that are lower than the rest significantly, which are the 19 to 24-year-olds and the 25 to 34-year-olds. Next slide, please. So this gives you a breakdown specifically of vaccine uptake among the children and then the overall population. We've already discussed overall we're at 73.6%. And we're doing somewhat better than the state as a whole and the nation as a whole with respect to the 5 to 11-year-olds and the 12 to 17-year-olds. These are still figures, though, that we need to increase as we move forward. That's the epidemiological update. And now Tracy will discuss the update to guidance that has been provided by the state in terms of primary prevention.
Thank you, Dr. Gellert. So just wanted to provide a brief update on the changes that were made by the California Department of Public Health on February 28th, effective March 1st. The requirement for unvaccinated individuals to wear masks indoors was changed to a strong recommendation for all persons, regardless of vaccine status, for indoor. And we did push out a press release advising the county as well on this situation. After March 11th, this universal masking will also change for the school settings. And so as of March, I guess that would be 11th, 14th in schools, it is now going to be a strong recommendation regardless of vaccination status. Next slide. And this is where the masking is still required for indoors, public transit, any congregate care, so any types of homeless shelters or jail or prison settings, as well as long-term care facilities and medical facilities. It's important to continue to mask while indoors. We also just wanted to highlight that businesses or venues can require individuals to mask indoors. It can be their own requirement. And so we just ask that people respect those requests from any businesses or venues. Really respect people's choice. Next slide, please. The governor did execute an executive order to have the guidance align with the Cal OSHA requirements. And so we just wanted to ensure that everyone was aware that they are now aligned with Cal OSHA as well as the CDPH guidance. Next slide. We do have a new mobile unit here in San Benito County. It's stationed at Brigantino Park. It's looks like a bus or an RV. We have both sites here on the flyer that we've posted. People were having some trouble finding the location of Brigantino Park using the address. So we just encourage folks to put Brigantino Park in their map query, not the address, because it was leading people to different locations. This site is open Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 6 p.m. and closed from 2 to 3. It does provide coverage over the weekends where our fixed site across from the hospital didn't. And so that is available to the public. Our OptumServe testing site across from the hospital is also still open. We are going to be reducing the hours as of March 13th to 7 to 3. As you can see, there's been a large decline in testing at the fixed site. You can see the numbers were right around 20%, and we only had data from the minibus at 6%. There has been a large decrease in testing, and we're aware of that, and we will continue to monitor the need for both testing sites. Our hope is to eventually close the fixed site and only have the mobile site and change locations. So have it travel throughout different locations within the county. And the last thing, I'm going to defer to CAO Espinoza to discuss some of our local county mandates that we have to discuss and bring it to the attention of the board.
All right, Madam Chair, as we have in 8/24 of 2021, your board did request an update regarding vaccination incentives, vaccinations, and also COVID-19 testing. Your board did approve employee testing in the county for county employees. With that, it kind of goes against what was happening now with the state. So we want to align that and request your board to delegate to the CAO or his designee authority to review and update county policies as needed to match the state mandates and laws. So again, this will be something we'll have to work with the unions on, but we just wanted to bring that to your attention and have your board approve that through the staff recommendation as shown. So with that, I'll pass it back to the chair, and then you can go out to public comment and then bring it back to the board.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go then to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors for questions and comments at the same time.
In chambers, if you'd like to make a comment on item number 1, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I'm just calling to remind everyone that we are in an election year. So don't be fooled by the mask mandate being lifted. Governor Newsom did put out a statement and on February 28th, and he did say that all unvaccinated individuals can be unmasked everywhere they go in our community, where the unvaccinated were being segregated in public schools here in San Benito County. Our Margaret Mays, all our children who are unvaccinated have been suffering and being segregated. They're still doing their studies outside, and our community is still being careless about what's going on to our children's mental health. This is a real issue, and it's very sad that they are being picked on for being unvaccinated. The unvaccinated has been discriminated against because they are not able to wear a mask. And now out of nowhere, on March 14th, these children can just begin to roam around just like everyone else without a mask. So it's a little silly that a child decides to remove their mask, and whomever it may be, the instructor or whatever the guidelines were, tells the instructor to place them outdoors in the cold, in the weather, being segregated, and our mothers have to see our children suffer, and it's not fair. It's not fair to these children. So I just want to point that out, that we are in election year, and it's just ridiculous, all of this. So I understand there are vaccines.
No other comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board then. Who would like to go first? Okay, I see.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Yeah, so we've obviously turned a significant corner here, throughout the country and the state, and that's good. And it looks like our vaccination rate still is right in line with the state at this point. For me, that's a big accomplishment for this community, just considering where we were again. Many months ago, we were really, really lagging behind the state, and we've made a lot of progress as a community. So again, I want to thank this board and thank our staff and everybody that's worked hard on that, and thank the community in particular that, bought in that vaccinations are the way to get our numbers down. I'm hopeful that we can get back to normalcy. It seems like we're getting there. It seems like we're almost there with our numbers going down, and so that's a great thing. And then I just appreciate that we're going to continue advocating for youth vaccinations. That's a choice of the families, obviously, but there's nothing wrong with putting the information out there and just continuing to try to work to get those numbers up, particularly the 5 to 11, and then when things move to the 0 to 5 as well. I just want to make sure that we as a county are continuing to advocate on that. Thank you for the mobile testing site. Great work by staff. I personally pushed for the west side in particular, and I'm glad that things have worked out there. And now that the demand has gone down with the infection rate very low, I appreciate the staff's foresight in the strategy to move around. And then just again, while we're working our way out of this pandemic, everybody's suffered a great deal, and millions of people have died throughout the world, and it's changed the world profoundly, likely more than anything any of us have witnessed perhaps in our lifetimes. And just want to reiterate, it's not quite over yet, but I do want to just give an especially heartfelt thank you to all the healthcare workers in particular throughout our community, and the public health personnel whose lives have really been dedicated to getting us through this crisis. And so just thank you very much from the bottom of my heart to all the healthcare workers out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I basically would second everything that Supervisor Kosmicki said. He and I have been working closely with county staff on the COVID ad hoc since the first of the year last year. And, I'm thinking back to where we were a year ago, or just a little over a year ago, when many of us just joined this board, and it was before the vaccines were out, and there was just it was really a scary time, and we've come such a long ways, and it is really encouraging to see these numbers drop down to where we are. As Supervisor Kuzmicki said, you made a tremendous progress on vaccinations in our community, which is really encouraging as well. And the only thing I would say is that we need to continue to push for as many as possible to get vaccinated and to get boosted. The more people that are vaccinated and boosted, the less likely it is that a new variant might, come out and have a chance to take off again, and we have to be vigilant about that. So that's why, indoor masking is still encouraged, certainly not required, but encouraged. And again, we need to keep pushing for more vaccinations. But overall, it is very encouraging to see where our numbers are, and let's, knock on wood that we continue to see that. And also I would thank, all of our public health people and medical providers that have done an amazing job here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the sentiment of Supervisor Kuzmicki and Supervisor Tiffany. And in the interest of time, I don't think I need to repeat everything that's been said, but I do want to thank our county staff for all the hard work that they've done, Health and Human Services, Dr. Gellert, Tracy Belton, and all of her team, and then also to all of our frontline health workers as well, and trying to keep the people of this county safe. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be really brief. It actually has to do with what I had requested in a prior meeting where I mentioned that I wanted to know about the CARES or ARPA funding as it applies to the COVID protocols at the hospital. And I didn't bring it up for light reasons. Ultimately, the reality is there was a patient who I know who's a friend who dealt with literally in her intake form, putting in a request that she did not be intubated or put on remdesivir, and both of those things happened. Somehow they said that they actually lost the intake form, and sure enough, fast forward, you end up having a situation where now she's been in the hospital for, I don't know, maybe a couple months now, it seems like. That's a really disturbing element, and the bottom line is they had an emergency meeting where they basically, because they didn't have actual protocols that applied to how allowing any outside prescriptions, and sure enough, because of, I guess, this patient, they ended up changing their policies and saying we're not allowing any outside prescriptions. So she had a prescribed therapeutic, and it wasn't allowed to be given to the patient. Very, very disturbing. And from what I'm hearing, and this is not just hearsay, right? There's actually studies and evidence showing that the ARPA and CARES funds were actually creating a one-path solution, which could have definitely skewed the mortality rate. So I'm not saying this lightly, but I think it's something that we should look into because we want to make sure that patients' rights are protected. And I think patient rights have been abused, and that's what I'm hearing, right? So I'm not making it a final statement, but I am saying that's what I've learned. And ultimately, with this one case that was very personal to me, there's evidence of that. So, so for a future item, I'd like that to be brought back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the only thing I want to add on that topic is that I hope that when the public health goes into the future and starts making the mobile bus more mobile, rather than it just being at Brigantino Park, I'm hoping that we do not stop the permanent location or temporary location that should be a permanent one there on Sunset, because again, people are going to still want to be able to access it, and there needs to be one round that's appointments and one that is a walk-in. We need to be able to accommodate our walk-in clientele that need to be able to get the vaccine. So that's just my hope, that we don't close one location and then favor the other. Thank you.
Just, Madam Chair, if I may, I just wanted to make sure we get a second on that item from Supervisor Hernandez.
Oh, I'll be his second to bring that back, yes. I figured we'd do that as agenda at the end.
I
Yeah.
know, but since, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, are we going to go to the next item?
I was going to go to the next item too, yes.
So the next item, as you recall, oh yeah, my apologies. Yeah, we need to do that. Yeah, the delegate authorities, remember I had mentioned that in my opening, in my comments.
Okay, so can I get a motion, a second, and then we can vote?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, roll call vote on that? Yes. We're,
No, you don't need to.
we're all present.
We're all present.
Grrr. We're trying to move on. Okay, so that was a 5-0 vote. Are we good, clerk, Madam Clerk? Yeah? Okay, all right, 5-0 on that. Can we now go on to? item
Yes,
number
yes. So item number 2, as you recall, we had scheduled this for 11 o'clock. That's what time our speaker's going to be here. So, Madam Chair, if we may, we'd like to move to item number 3, and then just do a hard stop if possible. We have an assembly member here. Will be present at 11 to present. So, but either way, I would like to move forward with item number 3 when we have, if that's okay with your board.
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. I just want to make sure that we give ourselves a comfort break at about 10:30, 10:45.
Sounds great.
Before
We
the
can do that.
presenter?
Yep, yeah,
Okay.
we could do that.
All right.
So we have Joel, our Assistant County Counsel here to present this item.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the public. I'm Joel Ellenwood, the Assistant County Counsel. I'm presenting this matter. The California Constitution puts the people ultimately in charge of government by enshrining in the Constitution the right of initiative and referendum. And in accordance with that process, the legislature has adopted implementing statutes which are found in the Elections Code. We have currently 2 initiative measures now being processed, and this is to outline the process and the timeline for how those initiatives would be handled. I'm not going to be discussing the contents of those initiatives, is rather the how the board would be involved in dealing with those issues. So the governing law is in Elections Code sections 9100 at SEC, and the steps first is the filing by proponents of a notice of intention to circulate the petition with written text of the initiative is filed with the county elections official. And as I said before, we have 2 such notices of intention that have been filed. The next step is that the county council prepares a ballot title and summary of 500 words or less of the initiative measure, which is to be both printed in the notice of intent to circulate the petition, and then included in at the top of each page of the petition that is circulated. We have prepared the ballot title and summary for the first initiative that was filed, and the other one will be completed and released to the proponents by March 11th. Following that, the notice of intention and the county council ballot and title and summary is published, and the first initiative was published. Notice of intention was published on February 25th, and so that petition can be circulated to the public, and presumably is in the process of that happening. Now, the circulation of the petition to registered voters in the county can take place for up to 180 days from the receipt of the ballot title and summary. In this case, that period could be substantially shorter, but if it's not completed within that time, the proponents would have to refile the petition and start over again. Once the petition signatures are collected and they're submitted to the elections official for verification, and the elections official has 30 days to review and validate the signatures. And once the petition is certified as sufficient, which requires at least 2,060 valid signatures, that petition would be certified and presented to the Board of Supervisors for action at its next regular meeting after the certification is completed. And at that board meeting, the supervisors, have three options to either adopt the ordinance as written, the initiative measure as written, or submit it to the voters. Now, in the case of each of the initiatives that are pending, they are amendments to the county general plan, which is normally adopted by a resolution rather than an ordinance, but it's still a legislative act and therefore subject to the initiative process, and would be adopted, if it was adopted by the board, by a resolution. So as I say, the board has actually three options. One is to adopt the measure as submitted without alteration, either at the meeting at which the certified petition is submitted or within 10 days thereafter. The other option, default option at that point, is to submit the measure to the next statewide election more than 88 days later. Or the third option is to order a report on the impact of the measure, and the details of which I'll discuss in a minute, with the report to be presented within 30 days of the certification of sufficiency to the board. And at that meeting thereafter, the board has the same two options to either adopt the measure as submitted within 10 days or to order an election. Now, the timing of the election is governed by a different section of the Elections Code, and it requires, if there is to be an election, it has to be called at least 88 days before the next statewide election. So the upcoming statewide elections that we have in this year are the June 7th primary, in which case the initiative petition would have to be certified and presented to the board for adoption by March 11th. And I think it's clear that that's not going to happen. So the next eligible election that it could potentially be submitted for, the deadline for calling that election is August 12th of 2022. And that's when we anticipate that it's likely that that both initiative measures could be submitted and to be considered by the board prior to August 12th at some time. Now, the board also has the option to call a special election for an initiative measure that the election would be held at least 88 days and no more than 103 days later. But that is an option. But if the board elected that option, the taxpayers would be responsible for the full cost of conducting the special election paid by the county. So that has obviously impact on the budget, and for that reason, these types of elections are generally called for the next general election following certification, if an election is chosen as the option. So the impact report of initiative measures is governed by Elections Code Section 9111, and it can be ordered at any time during the circulation of the petition. You don't have to wait until the petition is certified by the board. And the contents of that report would include What are the fiscal impacts if the initiative measure was adopted? Its effect on the internal consistency with general and specific plans, the housing element and zoning, the effect on land use and the ability to meet regional housing needs, the impact on infrastructure funding, including transportation, schools, parks, and open space, the impact on the ability to attract and retain businesses and employment, and any other matters requested by the board. So as it happens, the purpose of this is to inform both the Board of Supervisors and the voting public of the potential consequences if the measure is adopted. In the normal process of amending the general plan, you would have multiple public hearings before both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, at which those impacts could be analyzed and discussed. But with the elections process, there isn't the opportunity for that process of dialogue, and therefore the legislature has authorized the preparation of these reports so that those consequences can be analyzed and presented as public information to both the voting public, potentially in considering whether or not to sign the petitions or to vote for it if not adopted by the board, or by the board to consider in whether or not to adopt the measure as drafted when it's certified and presented to the board. As it happens, a Elections Code Section 9111 impact report was prepared at the order of the Board of Supervisors for a prior version of one of the petitions that has recently been submitted and is currently in circulation. And that report is attached to the agenda report. There are some modifications in terms of the text of the initiative that's been proposed, and so therefore that report would need to be updated and modified to address the changes in the initiative measure that's been presented. The original report cost $90,637.25, but it's anticipated that report could be updated and revised to address the current modified initiative at a lower cost. So the staff, in conclusion, the staff recommends that the board authorize the county administrative officer to contract for a new elections code section 9111 report with qualified consulting firms selected by the CAO, and we recommend that that be with a cap not to exceed $75,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and perhaps it'd be appropriate for us to take public comment on this presentation before the board weighs in.
Definitely.
I had a question, Madam Chair.
We're going to hold questions and comments until after. We'll give the public first, and then you can have the first question.
Got it.
Okay.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for item number 3, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas?
Good morning. I would hope that all the supervisors would agree that we need to fight this initiative. The initiative that's out currently for signatures would literally handcuff the county from any further economic development. The way I understand it is that they want to be able to, every single project would have to go to the voters. How expensive is that going to be, and how friendly is that to anybody, any corporation wanting to do business in San Benito County? The $90,000 that's already spent, obviously, that was in preparation. It didn't happen, but the money was spent. Now you're adding another $75,000. It has to be done. It has to be done because we need to protect San Benito County from a few loud citizens that want to control what happens in the county. It is your duty, whether it's popular or not, that you do what is in the best interest of the entire county. The initiative out there and the people out there are not going to be telling the truth because we've seen this before. You have to voice your opinion. You have to go out there and you have to advocate that the truth get known, and you're going to have to spend money so that the truth is known, how deafening this would be to San Benito County. We are a poor county as it is, and there's not going to be one outside corporation that's going to want to come to San Benito County because it's not friendly to corporations. New jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No more comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and Supervisor Hernandez, you can go first.
Yeah, it was more a question, Joel. Thanks for that presentation. So assuming we get this report and it gives us the clarity of these dire consequences of the decision of this referendum or this initiative, how would we able to legally be able to educate the public on these impacts, right? What are the limitations? What can be done? What can't be done?
Well, the board is prohibited from spending funds to either promote or defeat a particular ballot measure. However, the Section 9111 impact report is a public document. It'd be available for the public to consider in any forum to discuss the impact of the measure and which presumably would occur. The ballot measure will have statements in support and against, and those statements on the voter information guide, ballot arguments, as it were, individual board members or the board as a whole can publish a statement for or against it in the ballot measure in the voter information guide. That's not prohibited. It's just using public funds to campaign for or against a measure is the limitation. But providing information is not restricted.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. So you said that we as a board can write a individual. I'm not talking about
individually or as a board.
And I want to go back as a board because I know individually we all have our own opinions, and I fully appreciate the public comment that was made regarding this. And I fully appreciate the dire consequence and the impact that it will have. And so I'm going to kind of be careful and frame my question to you very carefully because I heard you say something that was new to me. We as a board can draft something in support or opposed to this initiative and to be put in the voter guide. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Either of the initiatives.
Okay, so good.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that that is an option available to us as a collective board. Individually, we can say and do whatever we want, but as a collective board, that option is available to us.
Right, and we'll make the time frame for preparation of the ballot arguments and the rules that apply to the preparation available to the board at a future time.
Okay, all right. So any other supervisor want to make a comment, question, concern?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of questions. So just first of all, following up, just to be clear, there's nothing we can't campaign, but there's nothing wrong with us to spend county money to get to educate the public with this report.
Right, this report on the fiscal and planning impacts of a measure is specifically authorized by statute, and is intended to provide objective information about these impacts, not as a campaign for or against the measure.
Right, but we could get that information out there, and that is something is allowed.
Yes, that's correct.
And then individually, and I understand what Supervisor Gonzalez said, but individually, there's nothing that prevent any individual supervisor from being involved in a campaign. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's merely the expenditure of public funds for or against.
Right. Okay. A couple other questions. I think I know the answer to this, but assuming the signatures are verified, we as a board, if we choose not to immediately enact it, we are obligated to put it on the ballot. We cannot choose not to put it on the ballot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so legally we're obligated. And then as far as, speaking of legal, is as part of the fiscal analysis, can we also ask that it be looked at as whether it passes legal muster? Because some of the aspects of this initiative makes you wonder whether it's legal.
Well, I can say that we did obtain such an opinion on the prior iteration of the general plan initiative that would remove the commercial nodes and require voter approval for changes to land use designations. So that opinion probably would not be any different with this initiative, and that the opinion was that that it was within the bounds of a legal measure. It parallels measures that have been approved in other county ballot measures initiatives on with similar requirements in other counties that specifically in the county of Napa, and the Supreme Court approved that as being a legal measure.
Okay. And then last question, and I have a quick comment. There's two initiatives potentially we're looking at here. I know that there was also already money spent, and we're looking at potentially updating the fiscal analysis of the one initiative. Would there also need to be a separate analysis of the one other initiative that's targeted specifically to Strata Verde, or would that be all encompassed within this updated analysis?
Well, to be more precise, it's targeted to the hazard presented by the Tri-Cal facility.
Okay,
and
but we know what it's targeting,
and its
so I mean,
impact
it's pretty clear.
on any project within a 3.5
Okay.
mile radius of that plant. So Strata Verde obviously is
Right.
the one that's pending and currently top of mind, but it's not the only impact that would have. And yes, it would require a separate report.
So, but that couldn't be so it would be a separate report. Is that before us today as well, or is that going to be come back to us at a different time?
The report, again, to order that report, the measure would have to be in circulation at the time you make that order, and it's not
yet.
there yet.
Okay, okay.
So we'd have to bring that back.
Okay. All right, well, and then I just, a few comments, and I know this is not, there'll be, I'm sure, plenty of more time to talk about this initiative, but certainly fully agree with the speaker earlier here. If this initiative passes, this would be absolutely devastating for our county. We are a poor county. Revenue is a huge issue. This is not targeted residential, although that's part of it, but it's really targeted to commercial and industrial. So it will effectively end, any kind of development, commercial, industrial, in the unincorporated areas of the county. Yes, they could go to a vote, but for all intents and purposes, that's not going to be fiscally possible. I would imagine for most developers or businesses, so it's a job killer, it's a revenue killer. Anyone who votes for this initiative, I would say, don't ever complain about a pothole again, because the revenue is what we need to pay for our roads and other services. So, but anyway, obviously I feel very strongly about this, but there's going to be plenty of time to look at this further as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions have been asked and answered, so I appreciate the thoroughness of that. Thank you, Joel, for your presentation. I think it was very thorough and outlines it very specifically. And the only other thing I would have to say is that I too feel very strongly about the impact that this could have economically on our county and the forecast of jobs that could potentially come to our county. And that's very, very concerning to me. And so I would very much support updating that report. And once the other petitions start circulating, perhaps looking at how much the expense of a report for that would be as well. And we just really can't reiterate enough. And as we go through the budget process in the next couple of months, I think it's going to become even clearer and clearer to the residents of this county as we continue to grow with the residential units that have been put in and were passed before, those of us sitting on the board currently. If your house is burning down, you're going to want someone to come put out the fire. And if we don't have revenue to support the expansion of those kinds of services, our sheriff's department, in addition to everything else Supervisor Tiffany said, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem that we're all going to have to deal with. And yes, please, no more calls about the potholes if you vote on this subject to pass.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm hearing a lot of advocacy up here, I can tell you that. I wanted to re-clarify, the chair mentioned I'm confused on this advocacy thing, because originally you said we as a board cannot advocate, and then she asked the question about advocating as a board, and you said yes, we could. So what is the clarity here? I mean, as a board, could we approve a resolution advocating one way or the other or not? Because I believe that's kind of where, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what I was hearing.
That's kind of where I'm leaning, so, yeah.
But you said we can't do that, so I just want clarity on that.
The clarity is that no county funds or resources can be used to advocate for or against it.
Okay, so but staff time would be put into something like that, so that would be cost.
I mean, the board can take a position on initiative measures.
You
for
tell us-
resolution and through ballot argument.
Tell us what you would like to do, and we'll just verify what you can do. But I know that in the past, the county has done informational guides to the CSA, so we encouraged a letter encouraging people to vote, but it didn't take a position one way or the other. So you can do content neutral, and you have to be very careful that it's content neutral and it doesn't advocate one side or the other. I don't know that a formal resolution is necessary,
Well, we're
but
not
we could
asking for
research
a
it.
resolution today.
Yeah, if that was a desire, we'd look into it.
Yeah, the action item that is before the board today is whether or not to authorize the CAO to get an update of the 9111 report with regard to the first initiative that's currently in circulation with a cap of $75,000.
Got it, okay. So just a few comments. For me, there's one thing when you're campaigning and there's one thing when you're sitting up here. And I believe it's appropriate as a sitting supervisor to stay out of any campaigning or advocacy on such a voter initiative. It is by definition a citizen initiative. So I plan to let the two sides make their case and just focus on the decisions before the board that we have a direct say on. That said, I do see potential pros and cons with this initiative. I know for a fact that the vast majority of the local residents, because when I went walking, it was like 90% are really against the housing thing and want to see significant restrictions on housing growth here. Commercial and industrial, we certainly need commercial and industrial, locally to create jobs and generate revenue and lower our carbon footprint. But we also have to recognize, obviously, that there's a segment of the population who's very concerned about sprawl, even with commercial industrial. And while I won't be taking a public position on this, we do have to recognize why these growth initiatives are happening with regard to whether it's housing or commercial industrial. Many people feel like politicians in this community just don't listen, or they just don't care what the general public wants. So what happened when Measure K was approved in 2020, March 2020? The board turned around and allowed the Bettable project to move forward, and the county continues exploring other nodes. What happened when voters clearly denied the Strata Verde project in November 2020? Just 9 months after that, a majority of this board turned around and voted to allow Strata Verde to resubmit and go through the planning process. So what was the point of the election? I know I trust myself. There's a trust factor here. I know I trust myself to reach out to residents and make decisions that are in their best interest. But frankly, I can't blame people for distrusting elected leaders in this community based on history. I will say either way, we're in a better position now, thankfully, because of the tax sharing agreement that we approved this last year. So congratulate the board on that. That was, if we didn't have the tax sharing agreement, this could be really, really problematic. I know some people believe it's problematic either way, but the tax sharing agreement does, give us some ability to still generate jobs and revenue in this community, and that is a good thing. Lastly, I'm strongly opposed to paying a significant amount more in taxpayer dollars for, these supposedly neutral fiscal impact reports. Frankly, these reports are paid by taxpayers as a campaign tool, let's be honest. To circumvent the law that says local governments can't advocate on ballot measures. You simply can't tell me this will be a neutral report, because the last one wasn't neutral and these reports are never neutral. So I would support up to perhaps like $10,000 additionally, but if we've already spent $90,000, why would we approve up to $75,000? I just think that that's a really irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. If we're just making slight adjustments to a report from a year ago or 2 years ago, why would it cost $75,000? That is really that's insane. So can we, I'm hopeful that we can bring that number way down, and and to get staff to maybe provide insight on what's an actual expectation for that. I mean, I'm willing to support making the adjustments because the report is already there, but I'm not going to support up to $75,000 on that. Thank you.
The basis for if I may respond to that issue, the basis for the $75,000 is an outer limit based on the CAO's authority for contracting generally, with adjustments for cost of living since that was last approved. We really don't have an idea of how much an update would cost until we're able to contact consulting firms and provide them with the old report, the old measure, and the new measure, and to see what kinds of what the scope would be in terms of making. It could be substantially less than $75,000. It's just we don't have that information currently, and to provide the CAO with the discretion to negotiate the best deal possible with the appropriate consulting firms.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, I'm hearing from Supervisor Kuzmicki, it sounds like he's opposed to educating the public, because that's what this report's all about. Granted, people can have biases, but outside of the reality of legal issues, we're really not, it's not within reason for us to consider doing anything that would put us in a position legally, right, to get sued or otherwise, or break the public trust. I do agree with making sure that the public trusts us, but that by default would require us to do more homework, figure out the impacts, all that it pertains to the developments, right? I could easily imagine that most folks are not being told the whole truth, because when it comes down to it, this initiative does nothing for housing, does zero to stop housing. All it does is actually stop our ability to generate revenue through commercial projects. And as I've said before, I feel strongly is a business will tell you where it wants to plant itself. If it looks at a county that's landlocked, which is what this is going to do, it's going to look somewhere else, right? So the tax sharing agreement was also mentioned. That's an assumption, because that's basically an agreement that really puts the city in the position to now dictate what commercial developments happen, whereas the county now is limited in its ability. So we generate revenue from that agreement based off of the commercial developments that the city adopts, not the other way around, right? And obviously all this goes through LAFCO. The other thing is we're actually, it's like inflation. We're like increasing the projection of this, these issues, because the RENA allocation, which is legally required by the state for us to grow within the next 8 years by 5,000 homes. So now we're gonna have increased housing forced upon us because of the RENA allocation. We're gonna be limited to when it comes down to commercial projects already because of the tax sharing agreement. And then now we have this initiative that's ultimately gonna put us in a position to landlock the unincorporated area, right? Where all these nodes are at, where it's a main thoroughfare. As a business owner, I could tell you, you want a main thoroughfare. You want a location where it's obviously going to draw in a lot of traffic. You're going to be able to generate revenue off of that traffic. You're not going to just, it's very assumptive to say, well, just go, go within the city, right? There's higher density there. But for different reasons, there's, they do their homework. Bottom line is it's a general plan amendment. My final comments, this is literally taking old stakeholder input and throwing it away, and now it's starting with supposedly new stakeholder input, which I know, and just being involved with, obviously, through the process in the last 2 years as a supervisor, seeing what was happening, where the public was basically sold something that they actually weren't told the truth about. And I specifically asked Supervisor Kosmicki about the Bedabel project because he put out the statements out there, and this is just for objective reality. Where does the traffic come from? And it's like off the 25, right? It's feeding into town. Well, if this project has an access point to the 101, completely disregarding that reality, then by default, that in and of itself is not truthful, because that was the expectation with this project, with the Strada Verde project I'm speaking about, where it actually required for an access point from the 101, which specifically was intentional about addressing the traffic issue. So those are my final comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, and rather than trying to comment on what's been said already, because what's said has been said, I just want to address the item itself. So we've received the information report. I appreciate that. The second item says to provide staff recommendation on the preparation of the fiscal impact report. We almost have no choice to not do that. We have an old report that needs to be updated. I understand the $75,000. I'm not interested in binding the hands and keeping it down to $10,000. It's going to cost what it's going to cost to provide that report. So going back to the third item, authorize the CAO to select and contract with a qualified consulting firm, not to exceed $75,000. I would just like to put that item on the table. Let's make a decision on that and let's move forward. As progress goes forward, this is going to become a very contentious conversation for all 5 of us up here. Though it's been stated by one supervisor is not going to take a public stance, the stance has already been taken, and so it's not going to be pretty, it's not going to be comfortable, it's going to be a very difficult task that we are going to go moving forward. So I don't want to waste any more time on that. Let's just do what we need to do. So provide the direction. CAO, what direction do you need other than moving forward, other than giving you the authorization for the expenditure? You're good? Okay, so then can I get a motion on this to do what we need to do about the authorization for the CAO and the $75,000?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we authorize the CAO to spend up to $75,000 to update this report.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 4-1 with Supervisor Kosmicki as the no. I'm looking at the clock right here, and I know we have an 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
so can we take a
break? Take a break.
Take a quick break?
They should be on at 11. They're not on right now.
Okay.
So if you want to do a 10-minute break,
Let's
we
do
might
a
have
10-minute break
we
and
might
give
have to
everybody
extend it 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. to item number 2. And we have the representative on the line, correct, from Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia's office?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like
Thank you.
to pass this to Gracie, and she is our management analyst in the administration. Gracie?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Today we have Rexford Scott. He is from Assemblyman Eduardo Garcia's office. He will be today discussing an overview of the MECO. The MECO item was presented to your board back in April of 2021. It then later went on to the Intergovernmental Committee meeting, and from there it ended up going to both jurisdictions, the city of Hollister and then the city of San Juan Bautista. We did receive input from both cities. I'm not sure if the board would like to hear their input, but I can provide.
Please do, yes.
So the San Juan Bautista consensus was that they wanted to opt out of the program, and then that consensus was also for the Hollister City Council as well. But today we have Rexford Scott, like I mentioned, from Eduardo Garcia's office to provide a little bit more information on the MECO and answer any questions that your board may have. Rexford, if you can go ahead and unmute and proceed.
Can everyone hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me? Very cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Rexford Scott. I am a legislative aide in Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia's office. It's a district that encompasses the eastern portion of Riverside County and the entirety of Imperial County. Thank you very much for inviting me to discuss the MECO program, Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations Program. I'll get into why we created this program. So first, we kind of wanted to build upon the success of the cottage food law, which allows folks to legally sell baked goods and other non-hazardous items from their home. And so we wanted to allow folks to sell more what we call potentially hazardous foods from their homes. And what we saw with before 626, there was this existing informal food economy. You could go on Facebook and there'd be numerous groups with thousands of people in them where they would advertise and sell their food. And yeah, there's a group here in California called the Cook Alliance that came to us with the idea to create this MECO program because a young lady in Stockton was actually charged with a misdemeanor for advertising the selling of ceviche on Facebook. The Cook Alliance took a poll of the types of people that were part of this informal food economy. And what they found was 30% of them were first generation immigrants, 85% were women, 48% were people of color, and 35% had a household income of less than $45,000 a year. So what AB 626 does is really provides folks with entry into the food business who otherwise would have faced barriers to enter into this business, right? If we talk about the costs to get into the food business, to open a brick and mortar restaurant, you're looking at $400,000. A food truck, you're looking at $50,000. A commercial kitchen, you're looking at $45,000. To open a MECO, you're looking at under $1,000. So we've heard a lot of success stories. For instance, there is a permanent home kitchen in Moreno Valley. The lady's a single mother with a special needs son, and being a permanent home kitchen allowed her to work around her son's schedule and still be able to support her family and make that income. There's a gentleman in Menifee, California, who always had a lifelong dream of opening a brick and mortar Cajun restaurant, but never had access to funds. Uh, Getting his MECO permit allowed him to build a customer base, show off his cuisine, and is looking now to have a grand opening of his Cajun restaurant in Menifee. So the MECO program, AB 626, we see it as a very inclusive program that allows entry for lower income individuals and caretakers, stay-at-home parents who otherwise cannot afford to operate their own food business. It improves access to healthy food for individuals across the state that are living in food deserts. We allowed those who are already cooking, albeit illegally, to come out of the shadows. And we are providing helpful safety guidelines and food manager instructions for those that otherwise have no formal training. The MECO program has shown to have several benefits, from empowerment to fiscal security to work flexibility, improved safety and access, equity, hope, and freedom. First county to opt in was Riverside County, which is the county my boss is from. They started issuing permits in June of 2019. There's currently over 130 permitted home cooks. The California State Association of Counties actually awarded Riverside County with the Merit Award in 2024, the Home Kitchen Ordinance. And what we found with Riverside County is 85% of the permitted cooks are people of color and 60% are women. And there have been 0 food safety related complaints with a 98.5% of code enforcement compliance. In short, California is really leading the way on this food equity. What we see now is the state of Utah has passed their own version of the MECO law. There are pending bills in Florida, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Washington, and New York, and conversations have started in Arizona and West Virginia. So we're definitely very proud of the work we've been doing on food equality and food justice. We believe this is a very good program. We believe it'll be very successful as we move forward in the future. I know COVID kind of did a number on the budgets of local health departments, and so the rollout has been a bit slow because of it. Let's say so far we have 9 counties and 1 city that have opted in. If we look at the number of permitted kitchens in each of those jurisdictions, the numbers aren't too high, and I think that would be welcoming news to your health department to know that they won't be overwhelmed with numerous amounts of applications at once. In short, the MECO program, it's a very good program, very successful program, and we'd like to see your county opt in.
Okay, so then what we'll do as usual today, go to the public first and then come back to the supervisor. I have plenty of questions, by the way.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for item number 2, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. Elia Salinas?
Good morning. So the presentation at the city council last night and also in San Juan Bautista is San Juan Bautista opted out, and the city of Hollister decided to opt out but are waiting for the decision that was going to be done by the Board of Supervisors, because obviously then they can come back in. So I am all about economic development and mom and pop starters. They got to start somewhere. I'm for the cottage, also businesses, and if this is a start, I mean, people are already doing this, but they're not having people come to their homes. This is basically going to be literally what it's saying. It allows for up to 30 people to come and eat in your home. So now you're going to have like a mini restaurant, but at the same time, the public health department can only inspect you once a year, and it cannot be by surprise. It has to be by appointment. So I think it needs a little bit of tweaking on that, but I'm definitely for people to try to earn and make a living. You've got people right now making cupcakes and putting it out on social media, come get the cupcakes, and they're not permitted. And they're in competition with those that go through the entire process of having to go through all the permits. So there's got to be a way, an entryway for them, and this is one of them. You got people making tamales, and they're going out and they're selling them in front of grocery stores, selling their tamales. We don't know the conditions of the homes that's being cooked in. So this is a way to be able to try to control that, even though you only get a once a year inspection, but it's a start. And I encourage people that want to be entrepreneurs to do it legally. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or star 9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. State your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Egland outside of San Juan Bautista, and I often purchase tamales from ladies who have obviously real cooking ability, and they are being very careful about what they do because you are their customer. And these, I believe, just for the entrepreneurial value, freedom of everybody should be able to develop a small business, slowly build that, find where their talents are, and move on in the community. And I agree that there should be an inspection, an initial inspection of the kitchen and education advisory, such that it's safe for people to do this. And so definitely, I believe the county should approve joining in that effort and do yearly inspections just for the economic value of our entrepreneurs. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hannah Marquez from District 2. I live in San Juan Bautista. And thank you to the speaker, Eduardo. And I just wanted to express my agreement with the last 2 speakers. I think that the MAKO bill is great. And I think that everyone should have the opportunity to begin a small business out of their home. It sounds like it's the American dream. And it's kind of sad that that poor woman that got a misdemeanor for trying to sell ceviche innocently from her home. I think the customers are well aware that the food is prepared in people's homes. And I think it's very important that we give people that opportunity to prepare food and sell it to their community. Obviously, the inspection would be an important factor as well, and that is written into the bill. So all around, I just wanted to express my support for this. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, hello Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Roya Bagari and I'm the Executive Director of the Cook Alliance. The Cook Alliance is a leading nonprofit voice for home food entrepreneurs, and we worked with Assemblyman Garcia's office as primary organizational sponsor of AB 626. We have supported implementation efforts in other counties as well as MICO legislation in other states across the country. Our mission is to protect home chefs, lower the barrier of entry for food businesses, and stimulate economic development. We are so excited that this movement to bring this program to, all came from individuals within your county, and we're excited to see that this is taking root in your community. And so we're joining now to provide support with Assemblymember Garcia's office and assistance with resources for a potential rollout. They're just an incredible tool for economic development and especially economic recovery and empowerment during these unprecedented times of pandemic recovery, and our organization has actively supported permitted Miko chefs, the majority of whom are women and people of color with education and resources, and we've seen the success firsthand. For example, in Riverside County, where cooks have been operating for over 2.5 years, there have been 0 food safety issues and a 98.5% code enforcement compliance rate in regards to traffic, noise, signage, and odors. There were only 2 complaints that were quickly addressed, and in fact, the research shows that majority of Miko operators are operating through takeout or delivery, and that only a very small number of them, maybe around 4%, are doing a dine-in home option. And so, the caps in the law limit Miko sales to a maximum of 30 meals per day, 60 meals per week, which is less than the amount of food that would be cooked per week for a family of 4. So overall, we've heard a lot of positive comments about of the advantages of having a legal Miko in the neighborhood. And so we'd be happy to work with you and your staff to answer any questions, provide support with the rollout, and really thank you for your time for considering this program.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Peter Ruddick. I'm the founder of Resilient Food Sheds, a new organization devoted to strong local food economies. I live in coastal Hollister, though I am located in Santa Clara County, residing in my RV at Casa de Fruta. Along with the staff of Vegelution Community Farm, I am a citizen co-leader of the effort to adopt AB 626 in Santa Clara County. I probably spend as much of my time away from home in San Benito County as I do in Santa Clara. Most of my food is San Benito grown and sourced, including a CSA box from Oyo Organics, online, on-demand orders from Eating with the Seasons, meat from Paisines Ranch, and Morris grass-fed, and more. I am looking forward to the start of the Wednesday Hollister Farmers Market a couple of months from now. I would be thrilled to supplement this local food with food from a permitted micro-enterprise home kitchen operation, especially one that sources locally like I do. And so I encourage you to adopt AB 626 in San Benito County. And more than encourage, I offer assistance. I've been working on aspects of this law since 2015, long before it existed or a number was assigned. I've helped a number of other counties working with Cook Alliance adopt the law, talked with cities about their concerns, assisted home cooks in getting established where they are permitted, and generally organized people around the law. I know the law, know the issues, and I'm glad to be of assistance. Please let me know how I can help. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to being in touch.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Luke Curbs here, lifelong San Benito County resident. I'd like to also come out in support of for the Board of Supervisors to adopt the home kitchen ordinance. I live in San Juan Bautista, and well, first I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to speak and bringing up this issue. To me, this is a no-brainer. This will, number one, open up tons of economic opportunity for our community members that really need it the most. For those currently interested in starting a restaurant, you need $250,000. And obviously not everybody has that kind of capital. And thus they're being barred from participating in our local economy just for being less fortunate. This will provide an avenue for passionate local cooks to test their idea for a restaurant without bankrupting themselves. And then they can move on into a brick and mortar situation once that once that stage comes along. Now, I'd like to also address the health concerns that I've heard. To me, the health concerns are completely overblown. If you ask yourself, who is going to have better health practices? For example, is it going to be an undervalued and underpaid employee working overtime in Jack in the Box? Or is it going to be an ambitious and aspiring small business owner that just wants to serve delicious and healthy food to its community? The answer to that, I think, is obvious. Now, also, if this was really about health, then why do we have so many fast food chains in our county that are serving unhealthy food to our population? And also, people are already selling food.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. This is Mia Casey from Hollister. I'd like to urge the supervisors to support this as well. Everyone's, hit a lot of the points that I would say, but I just, in my own experience and just meeting a lot of folks who are just trying to get something off the ground, food-wise, I think it goes to the most vulnerable of our populations, people that deserve to be lifted up and given a chance. And I've actually experienced and tasted some of that lovely stuff being sold on Facebook, and it's wonderful, wonderful quality. And there are, people have different reasons for doing it. Some maybe stay-at-home moms who can't do a full-time job, but this helps them supplement their income. And others may have dreams of opening a brick and mortar. I've talked to a few that they're building their business, and they can become leaders in, tomorrow's industry here in our county, with brick and mortar business. So I see no reason to not support this. Yes, there is health concern, and that should be true across the board. And it sounds like there are things in place to try to monitor that. So I urge y'all to support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, shoot. Hello, everybody. I'm Bella from San Juan Batista. I'm just so excited. I think this would be such a gift for our community. To diversify our culinary selection in San Juan would be wonderful, and to, hand over the payment to our neighbors and friends in the community. What can be better than that? I'm just excited, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, before we come back to the supervisors, can we have Daryl from Public Environmental Health chime in? I understand he's on the board, or excuse me, on the panel, and I know that there were some concerns. So I'd like to hear his first and maybe address any of the questions, comments that were made by the speakers before we take a shot at it.
Yes, hi, this is Daryl, and thank you for having me. Basically, what I'm saying right now is it's the cities that are going to be undertaking any complaints or whatever happens. From our standpoint, we'd be doing that one-time inspection and then that's it. And that does have concerns for me because it's an announced visit, so we don't get to see the full operation. And if there's things that we can help them with and correct, we won't see that. So that's one of the major concerns about the one-time inspection. But most of the other issues that do arise would be up to the cities to handle. It'd be their code enforcement or police. And I do understand that there are some places that are working out really well, as Mr. Scott indicated. I've talked to my friends in Riverside, and they've indicated that I'm not sure what the stats are on it, but it's a lot of turnover. So a lot of the businesses aren't making it through, from what I understand. So people are going through 1 year, finding out that it's not working out too well, and then you got more people coming in. So their staff at Riverside is constantly having to redo these SOPs with the new MECOs that come in. So it's causing a bit of work for them as well. But like I said, it's really, if the Board of Supervisors adopts this, it forces the cities. They have to take it. They can't opt out. So really, once you accept this, they have no option. They have to allow it. So, my advice is to work with the cities. They're the ones that are going to be having to contend with anything that happens out of this.
Thank you.
Pretty much that I have right now. Do you have any questions?
Then stay on the line, Daryl, just in case. Supervisor Coach.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question for Daryl. I appreciate you coming on.
Sure.
I want to, because there's this comparison of brick and mortar and potentially home food operations. How many, can you give perspective on the number of food safety violations that we see in this county with brick and mortar health restaurants maybe on an annual basis, or how many brick and mortar restaurants have maybe been closed due to food safety issues in recent years?
Really, we haven't had that many. This county has done quite well. I'd like to pat my staff on the back for being out there, and we walk into places and just assist them too. It's not like we're going there to close a place. Realistically, the only places that closed were ones that couldn't pay their water bill. So we've had a few of those. For the most part, the others we've worked with and got them back up and running. I can't say that there's a lot of problems that we've come across in this county with our brick and mortars. And I also want to point out, we have two that have become brick and mortars in the sense, Vertical Coffee. That's a success story. The owner of that business started out as a farmer's market vendor, and he branched out and got his own little shop and worked his way up through it. And I've always advised doing that because you have the best exposure. Suncoast Organics, that was another one. They sold olive oil at our farmers market. Now they have a nice little bakery out there in our southern area. So those are options for people rather than having the home operations. A lot of the problem I can see is, in Amico, you have to basically prepare everything that same day and sell it, and you can't use it the next day. So there's going to be food waste unless they're absolutely selling everything out. And that becomes scary to us because throwing away food these days, it's so expensive, and they may start recycling it. And that's a concern I have now too.
To follow up, if I may, do you have a number as far as food safety violations that we've seen in the last year? Like, what's a normal number?
In one place or overall?
Because my understanding is there aren't that many. There aren't many, if any.
There's not many. We've been pretty good about working with everyone. I mean, when you say food violation, I can come in there and you have no hand towels. So we're just going to tell you, fill up your hand towels. They just, didn't fill it up. But as for absolute violations of food, we have a few of those once in a while. If their food temp is out and they can't tell us how long it's been out of the temperature range, and so we'll have them toss that too. So they're, I don't know, maybe about 10% out of all the places that we're in, we're doing something like that.
0 violations, actual official violations.
I wouldn't. I have to go and look up that number for you. I don't have that access right now.
Is it 0 or not 0?
It's not 0. There are some out there.
Understanding is there's barely any. I mean, just from somebody from the outside, that there's really not a lot of enforcement already with brick and mortar, and so that's my, just concern is that we're sort of, if we want to talk about food safety violations, we should, as a county, if it's that important to us, we should probably get a little more serious with the existing brick and mortar.
Absolutely. The last few years has been a little different with our COVID, but usually we're out there at least twice a year in a place unannounced.
Okay. And do you want me to go on comments or wait for comments?
No, we're here, so
okay,
whatever
yeah.
else you need to say.
So I'm the one that kind of pushed to bring this back. I understand there's concerns from some out there. I do feel like they're largely overblown, unwarranted, and that there's really no evidence that Micos will cause a rash of food safety issues. I think we've heard that there wouldn't be this huge rush of businesses to probably do this, especially in a small county. We're talking about a fairly small number of potential businesses. And in the end, it's providing opportunities to people to earn income as the economy evolves and more people are looking for creative ways to make money. And so particularly in the wake of the pandemic, I think we do have to keep in mind the economic landscape has shifted enormously in the world, really, but in our community as well. And the definition of workplace to me is really forever altered. The county allows other home business. This is a big sticking point for me, is that we already allow other home business classifications like rural home enterprises, home occupations. We've mentioned the cottage food industries. So to me, it's just hypocritical to allow all of those, but not the food operations. The primary key here, again, is that people are already doing this. But they're doing it outside the confines of the law. People are out there selling stuff every day. You see people out selling things. And so ratifying this would allow a system for regulations and permitting so that you actually have that added element of oversight and food safety. To me, this would improve the food safety element of this whole dynamic. And so would we rather have regulated permitting or unregulated, unpermitted enterprises? And again, some other people have mentioned it gives residents an opportunity and entrepreneurs opportunities to get started. I appreciate the Assembly Office's insights about roadblocks for the vast majority of residents to open a brick and mortar food business. And that really opens my eyes about the equity issue with these types of businesses in particular, that, you know, if you don't have $250,000, you're probably not going to be able to open one of these businesses. You might have a ton of talent with food. I don't have $250,000. So I can't open a restaurant. I mean, maybe if I was a really talented chef, I'd be in a tough spot. So I just think it gives, like I said, it gives people an opportunity that they wouldn't already have. It allows people to get their foot in the door, and it would particularly benefit lower income residents. And I also have just heard, you know, my colleagues up here talk about the need for more jobs and economic activity locally during the prior discussion. So I think please keep that in mind as well. Other than that, a lot of other people have started businesses outside of brick and mortar, including Supervisor Hernandez next to me and myself in my prior business before joining the board. The truth is that some people just don't want added competition, and that, let's just be honest about it. Some people just don't want competition, and so they don't want these people to start these businesses because they see it as maybe cutting into their profits. And again, we have to ask ourselves, would we rather have regulated selling of food products from homes, or would we prefer to keep this path of unregulated? Thank you.
I'd like to go next, Supervisor Dirks. I'll kind of work my way in. Go to Supervisor Tiffany, and then to you, and then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if the people at home got to see the presentation, but it's one of the prettiest PowerPoints I've ever seen. So I want to give kudos to the people who put that together. I do have, and I want to thank you to the first speaker regarding the data about the demographics of the people who are utilizing this particular industry. I think it is really important to provide an opportunity for people who maybe wouldn't have had that same opportunity. My biggest question is the exemption slide 8. Can you give some background as to why those exemptions exist? Some of them seem slightly alarming, and so if you could dispel some of the myths around maybe why those are put into place, or maybe why they apparently aren't necessary, I think that would be really helpful for the general public to hear. Do we have
Who was that directed to?
the first person who's
Rexford.
Okay, Rex.
Thank you.
He should still be on the line.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the slides you're looking at. Can you be a little more specific what you're just mentioning?
The slides were presented by staff, actually Gracie, since she's there at the podium, so ask your questions away.
Okay, so the exemptions that are listed on this slide are, we've already talked about the once per year, so that's fine. Exempt from hand washing requirements in the kitchen area, exempt from certain equipment and sanitation requirements, exempt from planning provisions, exempt from exhaust hood ventilation requirements, and exempt from plan review process.
For those people who are zooming in and they were not at a previous meeting where this was presented, can you at least go to your PowerPoint to the exemptions? Because that slide right there is what caused most of us serious concern.
Yeah.
And that's why we didn't make a decision. And then we said, let's go out to the city and let's get their opinion. And it sounds like the cities are now on the fence as well. But that's the one that caused me terrible concern. Yes.
Yeah, so the whole idea is that these are home cooks from their home kitchens. You know, it is a home, and so that's why, and I'll include with regards to inspection requirements, that's why it's a lot different than restaurants. And then, you know, in order to make that more fair to the restaurants, we did put caps on these home kitchens, so to the amount of meals they could sell per day / per week, or the amount of money that they can make in a year. So that's the reason why the exemptions for these home cooks exist that don't necessarily exist for brick and mortar restaurants.
Not sure it addresses the health concern there, but I understand the other pieces of it. That makes sense to me, but okay.
Concerns were addressed, and not really, but to the extent that you can.
Madam Chair, if I can elaborate on that
Yes,
one.
please.
I believe the one you're concerned with is exempt from hand washing requirements. So if I am correct, for a brick and mortar, they require hand washing stations in the same area where the food is being prepared. In a home, that kitchen area may be, they can have hand washing stations within the restroom area or nearby, but not like right next to each other, as in it would be in a commercial restaurant.
Hey, thank you. That was actually my biggest concern. And then, I think it's been raised in the past, maybe certain equipment and sanitation requirements too. What's the reasoning behind that?
So for brick and mortar, they have specific sanitation requirements. For a Mako sanitation, they only need to verify that hand washing or utensils and equipment are able to be properly cleaned and sanitized. So they are still required to sanitize and maintain those standards, but not as strict as a commercial restaurant would.
Madam Chair, if I may answer Ms. Dirks, or Supervisor. Yeah.
Finish, and that's why I'm trying to hold back. And Supervisor Tiffany was trying to make a comment too. So,
Okay, I'm good.
you're good? Okay, so I want to go to Tiffany first, and then we'll go to you. Yeah, you just had, I know you raised your hand like.
Well, I was just, I think the one that probably caught all of our eye, the one from exempt from hand washing requirements. But what I'm hearing is it's a little bit misleading how it's stated. It's not that you're saying you're not going to wash your hands. It's just that where the location of the sink is that you're washing, the requirements are a little different. So that does address that concern. I also, on the once per year inspection, I'm assuming that if there is a complaint or an issue, then there can be an inspection.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I wanted to be clear on that. And also, I think it's maybe a slide or two before this one. A little clarification on the limited to no more than 30 individual meals per day and 60 meals per week. One of the speakers talked about 30 meals, someone coming in and sitting down in their home. That's not accurate, is that? Or at least I'd like clarification. When we're talking about 30 meals per day or 60 meals per week, how does that just logistically happen?
You're welcome to refer to Rex because he's the authority. Okay, and we don't want to put you on the spot.
So I think, when we look at the 30 meals a day, I think it's kind of disingenuous to assume that 30 people are coming into a home all at once to eat there all at once. Instead of seeing it as everyone coming in at once, it's, why can't we see it as someone coming in, one at a time? If that makes sense.
Coming in and sitting down, or they are picking up the food. I mean, it could be one or the other.
Picking up the food and taking it home.
Okay. And then just a follow-up, and this is maybe for us locally. I know that we recently passed ordinance that allowed I may get the local businesses to do business other than the micro business, and we limited the amount of customers that could come in. How does this align with that? I don't know if you understand my question. This is, it maybe would be more a question for Selena, but I don't think she's here. So, do you follow my question? I
Yeah,
think
we
B, you do.
we did have a conversation regarding, a limitation on how many were supposed to be able to
Right.
utilize the
To
service.
go to
Yes.
go to a home in terms of traffic, but it doesn't sound like we're prepared to address that. At any rate,
We can come back and get an answer for you.
okay. I'll just say, I'm generally in support of this. I do think it's an opportunity for people to, particularly lower income people, to have an opportunity to start a business out of their home. I do think economically, we are generally a poor county in many cases. We certainly have a significant lower income population, and I think we need to give them every opportunity we can. So I would like some clarification on a few of these things, but I'm generally in support of this, and I think the health concerns are, yeah, I do think they're a bit overblown. I mean, people who are going to do this, they're not going to be in business if they're not, doing a safe job, a healthy job. And also, as Supervisor Kuzmicki mentioned already, people are already doing this. So I see this as, if it's regulated, it may be even safer. So anyway, those are my comments as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I definitely want to lead with, I'm all about increasing our economic vitality in our county. I want everybody to have a shot. Actually, what was mentioned prior is, how we started was at a farmer's market, just like others, which is as low cost as it gets. You have specific equipment for specific reasons. At that point, you could make sure that there's no cross contamination. There's a lot, the hard part is I can go on for a long time explaining why certain things exist as far as the regulatory processes with the current infrastructure, with current, basically the brick and mortar. But, so as I'm listening to, the staffer of, the presentation, I have a hard time not believing that what I see is basically a bill that was created to accommodate the home, not necessarily specifically focused on public safety. When you think about just the actual sink, we were required, even at a farmer's market, to have some kind of 3-sink setup, specifically for a purpose, because you have a sanitizing bin, basically, or a sink. You have a soap bin, and then ultimately a washing bin. Right, so there's no cross-contamination. When it comes to food, I mean, I know you're required to have a food handler's certificate, right, which basically educates your employees on how to handle food, right? If you have meat, you can't leave it out. It can't be at a certain temperature. Actually, if it's even after it's cooked, it's only supposed to be around for 4 hours. You're supposed to actually toss it because it increases the ability, E. coli, salmonella, all that kind of stuff. So granted, I mean, I think the buffer, the reality of the buffer is people's immune systems to be able to fight off illness. So I'm not saying that, and I'm not trying to create a drastic scenario, but there will be certain situations that I think are going to arise because of the fact that, I mean, to me, the reality is this is basically creating a very blurred line as it pertains to current regulations, right? I mean, you want a public setting, it encourages accountability, right? Because you're, like at a physical shop, your doors are open, people walk in, you're not limiting obviously who's walking in and why. You can't. Public health enters into your business uninvited, but ultimately, obviously, you expect that. So there's kind of a clarity and expectation that processes. And to Daryl's credit with what he mentioned, his intention, like he said, is not to shut down a business. So if he sees an issue, he addresses the issue. I've always believed in engagement versus, kind of what Supervisor Kuzmicki was mentioning is we should be fining, so there should be clarity that we have a lot of issues, right? It's not that simple. The reality is you could be heavy-handed. All they're going to do is hide what they're doing behind your back anyways. But if you do it the way Daryl's doing it, which I totally appreciate and respect, that's why you have success, because you have buy-in. You have the businesses saying they're trying to work with us. They see an issue, hey, make sure you fix this, address it this way, this is the process, and this is how you're going to encourage safety. And again, so it's a constant relationship to make sure you're protecting the public. And that's why I think the current process makes it easier to do that. And this, you know, to a certain extent, this just blurs the lines. I mean, the whole thing with the 30 people at a time, he just, you know, again, with all due respect, he mentions, oh, well, 30 people, you can't assume they're all going to be at one time. How could you not assume that? It's all based off of people's schedule. I know with my business, there's ebbs and flows. You have a certain traffic at a higher level at a certain time of the day consistently, just as much as on certain times of the day you have very little to no traffic, all depending on your business model and ultimately what that means for the customer, right? If you're a coffee place, probably the morning's going to work better, right? So if you're a restaurant, it's going to be the evening unless you're a breakfast. So again, I could easily go off into tons of nuances. I love the spirit of it. I really do. I support it. I just wish it was cleaner. I feel like it's going to create a lot of issues. It just blurs the lines ultimately of the jurisdictional authority of addressing enforcement issues, let alone transparency while protecting privacy. To me, it's a hard sell when, you know, you're going to have privacy issues, and I want to respect privacy issues. I don't agree with government necessarily going into your home and just entering in, so I respect that, but I have a hard time believing that there's not going to be some kind of element of just overlap that creates issues in and of itself. And then it's the nuisance issue, right, which could be parking. Now all of a sudden you have a bunch of cars taking up a bunch of parking spots. You put pressure in a certain situation, and I'll use a simple example, the school district. At a school, if it's right next to a residential area, like my home, you're going to have people parking inside of your driveway, and that's happened before. You know, all of a sudden you have like, why are you parking in well, there's nowhere else to park, and I had to pick up my child, right? So obviously you want to be sensitive to that, but it creates situations like that, and it's hard not to imagine those situations wouldn't be created. And my last comments is I appreciate what they're saying, that there's not that many issues. In the world that I've lived in and with Daryl's, you know, I have a strong relationship with the health department and all the businesses in my community that I totally support. I reach out to the Café con Leche and all these businesses because I want to help them. I really do. I want to help everybody be successful. And I'm not afraid of competition. So it has nothing to do with competition at all. I mean, in our county, we could use some competition. I think that actually increase economic development. You can talk to other businesses that feel the same way. We don't have the vitality that we need anyways. Irrelevant of that, bottom line is it's not clear. That creates confusion. I think that creates jurisdictional issues. And I don't foresee that this is going to end up not creating issues. I think it's going to be the opposite, especially with the funding limitations, because I also don't agree with funding limits. You should be able to make as much money as you can, as your fee, you know, otherwise it's going to be a part-time gig. And if it's got part-time, it's hard, you know, there's a lot of assumptions that everything's going to be done right in a part-time mindset. You know, and it could be successful, right? There could be that person that says, no, I'm going to do things right, and it's going to be just part-time. That's awesome, right? But that's not always the case. So all I'm saying is this is too gray to me to support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to go in a little bit different direction. The presentation that we received a few months ago is a marked difference between the presentation that we're receiving today. They're almost as if they're two different topics completely. And so I wish we would have had this information and the speakers involved in the previous presentation, so that way we wouldn't have went off the sidetrack. I know I for one raised the concern about the washing of the hands and the cleanliness and having animals in the home and who's going to inspect that. I know we didn't have Daryl from Environmental Health available at the last presentation, and I know there were some concerns about, what about inspections, and was once a year going to be enough? I like the fact that we do have that option that if there are complaints, an inspection will happen. So that's a plus. And then listening to the clientele that normally partake in these programs, they're those of the less affluent individuals who can benefit. So again, I'm seeing these as two very separate presentations, and I wish that wasn't the case. I am concerned about environmental health, and do we have the manpower? Do we have the staffing? Do we have the ability to handle any kind of complaints? I understand the speaker from Eduardo Garcia's office said that there hadn't really been any complaints, but I'm just concerned, do we as a county have the manpower and the ability to do that? We're obviously understaffed at every single department, but that's one that's critical at this table right now. I had a question of why and the benefits And I've heard that from the presentation already. So my concern is that if we move forward with this, will the county be able to address this should we implement it? And how is that going to impose on the city of San Juan, since they've obviously opted out of it? And I know the city of Hollister is waiting on our decision, but are we going to be able to have the staff to be able to do what needs to be done countywide? And then as I did additional research on my own, I did discover that there were entities that had environmental health, public health inspection offices of their own that were solely dedicated to going out and doing these types of inspections. We don't have the resources. We don't have the manpower. So I know I'm speaking out of both sides of my neck here. It sounds like a positive and that we should go through it, but I want to see what it's going to do to us as a county in terms of an imposition that we can't fulfill if we approve this.
So, Madam Chair, if I may. So this particular item, if you look under staff recommendation, it's not to make a decision today. It's just to provide direction to staff. Again, we're gathering information and being able to present it with some of the questions that your board has asked in the last meeting. So we brought some, some folks in to help us through this process. Additionally, you posed some more questions that I think if your board wants us to continue looking into this and potentially bring this back, we would have to provide that detail to you. We'll have to provide staffing, what that's going to cost.
Do a little straw poll that we want to impose that obligation on staff, just to see if it's worth it. I hate when you guys have to expend time and energy to put an item together that is obviously going to fail anyways. And I'm not saying that this is going to be the case to this one, but do we have a consensus that there's the more likelihood than not that it's going to pass than not? Because I don't want the staff to waste the time and effort in bringing it back if it's not going to. So
Again, that's your board's decision.
can we do just a straw poll and not an official
Yeah,
consensus?
Madam Chair, I'm inclined to support this, but I would like to, there are some specific things, as I mentioned, this issue about how many people will visit the home. It doesn't seem to make sense to me that we allow a lot more under this than we would under the other businesses. So I need clarification on that.
Sure.
Also, a question that I'd like to hear more about when you come back is, can we allow this but be more restrictive? I don't know if that's allowed.
We would have to look into that and get back to you. That's what
But
we would
anyway,
do.
I'm generally, for one, I'm supportive overall.
Okay.
I'm supportive overall too, with some of the same caveat of concerns that Supervisor Tiffany has raised. I want to, Supervisor Hernandez, I hear your concerns as well. For me though, I believe, we need the opportunity for people to be successful. So I guess really my question too is what if this is, let's just say, the whole thing becomes a gigantic catastrophe and people are so upset, there's nuisance everywhere, the cities are having to take responsibility, can we roll this back?
I don't know. I think we would have to look into that as well. I think we have Rex on the phone. I would assume we probably could, but I don't know. I mean, that's
my assumption too, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to presume that. Rex, are
It
you still on the
is
phone?
my understanding that you would be able to pass a resolution to not be opted in anymore.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My thing that I would like clarification is what I mentioned earlier about the existing brick and mortar, and have some sort of numbers on how many food safety violations. I don't necessarily need to out-need particular businesses, but I'd like to get some context on what level of enforcement we're currently doing with existing brick and mortar. And then secondly, just to add a little bit of context, it looks like it's about an average of 10 meals a day throughout the week. It's 60 meals total. If we're talking about a family of 3 to 5, that's 2 to 3 trips a day on average, somewhere in there. I mean, so just to throw that out there, so it's not like it's 30 individuals going up to a thing every single day. Thank you.
So it looks like you have the idea then, so to bring it back,
Well-
and it sounds like if you can address our concerns, you know, there's a more likelihood that it will pass than not.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what we plan to do is we'll answer all the questions. We'll present that in the staff report. Additionally, we'll actually move this forward for a vote at
Yes,
that point in
please.
time.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. So
Thank
then,
you.
no other questions on item number 3. I meant to text you about timing for lunch, because you usually make that call. So,
Yeah, we have it's about a 30-minute closed session item approximately.
okay,
So I think we could probably break for lunch now. I think the next item is going to be a little bit more than 7 or 8 minutes. So I would
okay.
say let's go to
So
closed
30
session.
minutes is sufficient? Okay.
12:30 will be fine.
All right, so then do you want to go ahead and mention the closed session item then?
27, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. One case, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1. County Counsel Barbara Thompson and Assistant County Counsel Joe Ellenwood.
Okay. So then, on that note, we'll take a 30-minute
Was there
break. Oh,
any public comment?
Oh, thank you. Public comment on the closed session item that County Counsel just read into the record.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
I'd just like to say thank you for the Board of Supervisors for overwhelmingly coming out in support of the home kitchen ordinance. And you guys should be really proud of the positive impact you're about to make for San Benito County. So thank you.
Okay. That wasn't quite a closed session item, but that's okay. All right, so then 30 minutes, so that would take us then to, we'll say 12:20, but 12:25. Let's just do
Let's do
it
12:30. 12:30 is even.
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go on then to item number 4. As County Council said, there was no reportable action in closed session. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. We last met in February and discussed a potential sales tax measure. Based on our discussion, additional information on historical knowledge and cost of measures, also cost of moving forward with feasibility was requested. So just a quick reminder, if we were to move forward with a 1% sales tax measure, it's estimated, HDL provided estimations that the county could bring in an additional 3.3 million if we were to move forward with an additional 1%. Quick reminder, some deadlines, Joel discussed some of them earlier, but to get to the measure on November of 2022, our last day to submit a measure to the elections office would be August 12th of 2022. So historically, what measures have cost, most likely this measure would cost anywhere between 20 to 30 million.
Thousand.
Just kidding, 1,000. Thank you. That's a
I got it.
Huge difference. Thank you. Yeah, that's a big difference. But there's 4 factors that go into the cost. One is the dates, a primary versus a general election. The body of the measure, like how much tax needs to be printed, will impact the cost. Cost of materials, it is estimated that is increasing anywhere from 7 to 10% in 2022. And the total content that will be on the ballot will also impact the total measure cost. So historically, I provided a few examples. Here, there's more examples in the staff report. But for example, Measure K, which was the ballot adding C3, costs the county around 14,000. And then I wanted to provide 2 measures from November 6th. So you could see that one cost us 13,000, the other one 53, and it was on the same election. And the difference in cost, Measure G had a lot more content that was printed versus the sales tax item for businesses, business license tax. So really, if it's on the same election, 2 measures can be different prices based on how much content and information would be printed. So just to summarize, if we were to move forward on a sales tax, it can cost anywhere from, most likely it would cost the county anywhere from 20 to 30,000. It could be less, or it could be a little more, but in the general range, this is what the county has paid in the past. And I do have subject matter expertise. In the past, the county has worked with Clifford, Moss, and EMC, both for Measure G and feasibility. So I do have Laura Cantori on the line, and she's going to present some timeline information and cost if the county were to move forward with feasibility. So Laura, are you available?
Yes. Hi. Oops. Hello. Good afternoon, members of the board, staff, and community. It's good to see some familiar faces from doing some previous community engagement work in San Benito County. So I know you've had other agenda items today that talked about the midterm general election timeline, and I know you also have a long agenda for today, so I'll try to be brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions that come up. So as you know, the election window is from August 12th to November 8th, 2022. November 8th, 2022, if a measure is on the ballot, would be when the community and the voters actually make the final decision. So if you chose to place a measure on the ballot for the voters to make the final decision. Of course, as you know, that would be no later than 5 p.m. on August 12th. That's when the registrar of voters closes any filings for anything that's going to be on the November ballot. So before then would be what we call your due diligence window. So your feasibility and your community engagement leading up to August 12th, so that you as a board can make an informed decision on your community wants and needs as to whether or not you even place a measure on the ballot for the voters to then to decide in November. And as Dulce had mentioned previously, the last board meeting that you have that's closest to that deadline is June 28th, I believe. And so that would probably be the timeline or a special board meeting as well. Dulce, if there's nothing else to add, we can go to the next slide. And so per the board's direction during the last session that you discussed this, wanting to understand and get further information on what could be an outcome of a poll. So a poll would give you a scientific read of the community sentiment regarding a potential countywide measure. So a poll would ask a representative sample of the community what they think about a potential measure, the results of which would be shared publicly with the community and publicly with you, the board, as well. And so a quantitative level of data would be gathered. So at a quantitative level, you would be understanding what the community wants and needs are at a percent level. Does 50% of the community think this is a good idea and want to move forward with this? Does 60% of the community think this is a good idea and want to move forward with this? Again, that would be one outcome of a poll. And if it is feasible, and if you have quantitative data saying so, you could then put additional resources into engaging your community so that you're having that robust conversation with them to make an informed decision as to whether or not to place a measure on the ballot. And then finally, you would also get scientific quantitative data on the priorities that your community has. So do they think that the top priority for a potential measure is roads? Do they think another priority is library space? Do they think another priority is some of the other services that we've heard from today at your board meeting from the public? So in terms of understanding what a potential measure could go towards, that could also enlighten you from, or that could be an outcome from a potential poll. And Dulce, do you want me to go on to this slide as well?
So what staff is recommending on this item is one, if the board so chooses to move forward, to direct staff to draft a resolution instructing staff to place a countywide TO transaction use tax for the measure in November of 2020 election. And then if the board chooses to direct staff to move forward with the resolution, authorize CAO or designate to move forward with a contract to conduct polling and public engagement if desired. So there's two things there that staff is directing, is requesting additional direction on. And then.
Okay, so let's go to the public.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors for comments and questions at the same time.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Rob Bernowski, and the biggest thing that bothers me about this is nowhere in any of your meetings that I've participated in has anybody said we're in a crisis and we need more revenue from the residents of San Benito County. And until you do that, I will be firmly against it. And if you are starved for revenue, why aren't you doing some other smart things? Like when somebody comes to the county and says, I want a building permit, why don't you put in there that you require the goods related to whatever they're building, the FOB point be San Benito County, so that we are collecting sales tax on anything that's being built and not the county where the goods are coming from. And then why don't you do things like stop allowing deferred impact fees? So right now, you guys grant a great deal of permits and enter into agreements, like Rancho Santana would be a good example, where the builder or developer isn't paying the impact fees until after the occupancy permit has paid. That would speed up the timing of the revenues that you're looking for. And also, please, if you're going to do any polling, make sure the questions aren't leading. And again, these should only apply and only the people can vote for it if it does go to the ballot, which I don't want it to do, if to the people that are actually subject to the tax. So, for example, I live in Ridgemark, so I would be subject to this new tax. Somebody in the city of Hollister would not. So it's especially important for all the people that buy cars, tractors, other machineries that are where the sales tax is tied to where they live or where the business is. We should be able to vote.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Alina, sorry, I think I was knocked off here. So I definitely concur with the previous speaker, Robert Bernowski. When you say statewide, countywide, I want to make sure that the initiative is going to be only for those residents that live within the county, and you're not going to reach out to city residents or city voters in Hollister and San Juan Bautista. They're not going to be affected, so they should not be influenced into voting something that does not affect them. So again, I need clarification as well as making sure that the measure is definitely worded correctly so as to make sure that the voters do make an informed decision. And I didn't mean to make an initiative. I mean the questionnaire on what you guys are going to be making phone consult. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. To me, this is really confusing that we are trying to institute a transaction and use tax. And I believe Mr. Bernowski was pretty clear in if we're in an emergency, then perhaps some countywide tax should be done. But again, with Ms. Salinas talking about, is there a differentiation between the cities and the county? I think everybody's going to be pretty confused with this when we're not allowing enough business development in our county where there's opportunity zones. But this, to me, this is where our income needs to come from, are really established businesses that bring jobs as well. So to tax the public when the county is not providing for enough business opportunity along our roadways and competing with our north and south counties, or southern counties, not our south county, then I think the options need to be reconsidered, and I would definitely vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, if I can elaborate just on a couple
Yes,
items
please.
and then defer it back to your board. Just for a point of clarity, there was one other item on the staff recommendation that we want to really make clear is, and I'll read it, if the board supervisors authorizes staff to draft a resolution placing a countywide measure, then the CIO or designee will move forward with a contract to conduct polling. So basically, what we're looking at is, from your board, is either a countywide, at-large measure, or we want to understand if it's just going to be the unincorporated area. So we need that decision in order really to move to the next steps. And again, as you saw timing there. I want to preface this as well as that this came from the ad hoc, so the ad hoc could probably talk a little bit more about it. We're looking at revenues. There's definitely a need. And next week on March the 15th at 9 o'clock here in this chamber, we're going to be highlighting the critical nature of our finances to the community. They need to understand where we're at from a financial point of view. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and just invite people so they understand that. But that was it. So I just wanted to make sure we just need to know that, because if not, then we're not going to do polling. We're not going to move forward with this, most likely based on what was brought out with the ad hoc. So.
Well, let's defer then to the two supervisors on the ad hoc, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the supervisors.
And point of clarity too as well, just there is a 4/5 vote that is required.
Yes.
So that's why we need to understand, we need to know where your board stands with that.
Did you have to place it on the ballot?
Yeah, as a 50+1 vote. So, yeah.
But we're not making a decision on whether it's going on the ballot today.
No,
Yeah, right.
we just kind of need to know.
As far as, yeah.
We don't want to do all this work and then for down the road for you guys.
Yeah,
to say.
Madam Chair, if I can, because
Please.
I was on the ad hoc. So, I think we've talked about a lot, that we need a lot more education in this community. It's hard to believe that anyone out there would think that we don't need more revenue. I don't understand if you pay attention at all. There's a reason why our roads are in the condition they are, or why we don't have a new library, or why, we have any number of lack of services in our county. It's certainly not because we don't want to improve our services. It's because we don't have the revenue. And I know myself and all of us up here have talked about this over the last year plus that we've been on the board. We get 11 cents on the dollar for property tax, and that's largely all we are getting revenue-wise, other than the state money that comes in for specific things like health and human services, behavioral health. So we're very, very limited revenue-wise. And of course, now we're looking at potentially this initiative, which we already discussed. If that were to pass, that would totally, I won't reiterate again, but it will totally hamstring us from getting more revenue from commercial and industrial development, which is what we badly need. So anyway, the ad hoc thought that this is something that at least should go forward or be considered to put on the ballot for be voted on by the people. The board, again, we can't make that decision. It's going to be the public. One thing I would, I'm in support of this going on the ballot. I know that's not the decision today, but I likely will be supportive of it if, and this is the one caveat I would make, is if it is a county-wide vote. I frankly don't understand the argument that the only people impacted by this decision, the 1% increase, are only the unincorporated people. I also live at Ridgemark, but most of my shopping I do is in the city of Hollister, and I'm at 9.25% there. So, and yet the people that live in the city of Hollister within a 2-minute drive of where I live, if we impose a 1% increase, they're going to be doing business in the unincorporated area of the county, and so they're going to be impacted. So, this is a very small community we live in. So the differences between whether you're in the city of Hollister or you're in the unincorporated areas of the county, there's almost no difference. So I don't understand the argument that it only will impact the people that live in the unincorporated areas of the county. So I think it should be a countywide vote. And frankly, if it's not a countywide vote, then, you know, there's a major question as to whether it makes sense to go forward with this. So that would be my argument. As a board, we need to either be on the same page in that regard, or I'm not sure it makes sense to go forward. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Supervisor Tiffany just said as far as the countywide vote is the only way I would support it. City residents shop at county businesses. County residents shop at city businesses. We all really are one community, especially in a small area like this. Every time I go to Target, and it's every weekend, you know, the city of Hollister gains revenue from that. I'm a county resident. So I also want to point out that when the county went to the ballot for the business license tax, I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago, the same question was posed, and the county ended up going countywide, only because there's no way it would have been approved if it was just unincorporated. It's obviously unincorporated residents, we all know that, tend to lean more conservative, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the reality. And so you have the more conservative base in the unincorporated, and maybe perhaps the people that are more willing to invest with tax dollars, you know, in the city. Normally, I'm not crazy about adding taxes, but the reality here is that we are one community, the cities in the county, and the vast majority of businesses locally already have a 9.25% sales tax, where we would merely be bringing in line the rest of the businesses with the city of Hollister's 9.25% tax. And I haven't really heard any complaints about the 9.25%, especially since the city of Hollister has been in pretty good financial condition for the last, 5 to 10 years, largely because of it. Mentioning another example is that this is another example of where, we as a county are bringing in a lot less revenue than surrounding areas and other counties, and we're really just continuing to tie our hands. I mentioned last time around Santa Cruz is at 9, Santa Clara is at 9.13, San Francisco 8.63, Alameda 10.25, LA 9.5. They're not around here, but Monterey is the one outlier. But again, Monterey is a very, very unique community. It's obviously worldwide known for its tourism and all that. And I know there have obviously been vocal opponents, and I completely respect those opinions. But there's this argument, the alternative is that, as far as I can tell, is that the county should, quote, cut costs. If we have financial issues, or we can't afford the roads, or we can't afford parks and the library expansion and all these great things we want to do, we should just cut costs. But let's be honest what that means. That means laying off employees. That's simply what that means. There is no other cutting costs. We are bare bones in this county. And all of 5 of us, I believe, in the last round of, pay increases, all endorsed the 3% pay increase. So to me, you can't go back now. If you're in favor of cutting costs and laying off employees, well, then you probably should have argued that during the negotiations, and none of us did, and I didn't personally feel the need to, because our employees, I believe, deserved it. And then there's this other argument of, well, we're not in a crisis. Why are we doing this? We're not in a crisis. To me, we've been in a crisis for decades. We are in a crisis. We all get the calls on the potholes and the roads and all these things that our community lacks in because we don't have money. And that's, so if we're in a, quote, crisis, let's say that the economy takes a tumble here with our situation we're in now, and our employees and we're faced with cutting employees, that would be horrible, and then that somehow that would justify us going to the ballot as opposed to trying to be proactive and build our community. To me, it's the right time to do if we're going to do a tax, to be proactive and to get ahead and to finally catch up on some of these things. So again, we can't keep tying our hands. If theoretically, if some of these commercial projects go forward, Strata Verde, the nodes, then to me we should be capitalizing to the utmost on that as far as the reinvestment back in the community. And just remember, we're going to lose out on millions and millions and millions of dollars if that happens. If those projects go forward and we have this measly tax that we have, we're going to lose out a lot going into the future, and it's going to put us in a hole. And then lastly, no matter what happens, I'm willing to work toward generating revenue with or without a sales tax. I just feel like it just from a practical standpoint makes sense for the entire community to have the same tax as opposed to these different taxes in different areas. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hear everything that Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Tiffany have said. I have a question. How much additional revenue would we be generating based on existing business? I'm not asking you to project and.
We actually have a slide for you. Forgot what slide it is. It's, I think, approximately $3 million, if I recall. HDL actually ran a report on that.
Okay,
And
it's
we'll
there
pull it up.
in the presentation.
It should be up. Give it a sec.
It's 3.3
Okay,
estimate.
it's page 2 of your
Can you have
PowerPoint.
it?
Okay.
Yeah, can you share?
I
Give it
just
a-
want to
give it a
make
second.
sure
Yeah.
that we're, okay, so 3.3 million, and that's just on existing.
Yeah, and the way that this was calculated, it was a projection based on quarter one of 2021, the fourth quarter of 2020.
There we go.
So there's 4 quarters that went. So what we're currently receiving is approximately 3.277 million. So so it would double. It would almost double what we're currently receiving.
Okay, so I wanted to make that clear for everyone. So, are we doing statements too right now?
Whatever you want at this point.
So basically, I do feel like we have an education problem in this county. Obviously, there's people who, you know, are confused, don't understand all of those things. I personally would like to see this revisited after we go through the budgeting process, and then we could bring back to the residents and say, look, this is where we're at. These are our projected expenses for the next year. If we were to do this, then we would be able to fund X, Y, and Z. I know we don't want to, you know, who knows how we can do that. We, you know, people would be like, well, did you, you know, is this money really going to these things, or whatever the case may be. But I think we need to provide some real options for people, and I'd like to see this revisited after we kind of go through the budget process this spring. I understand that impedes on the timeline that we have for everything, but for the sake of building trust with our community, that's kind of where I stand.
So that's 2024 then, right, at the earliest?
Well, let's finish with the other supervisor before we do it back and forth, because I want to hear from Supervisor Hernandez, and then I have my own comments.
I'll be really brief. I mean, I hear revenue being brought up. This to me is not new revenue. It's basically dipping into our current base and taking from those that already. So basically, if you think about it, there's inflation, the inflation cycle that we're dealing with, plus this added tax, right? We're squeezing the locals, so we're not generating new revenue. And I hear that mentioned a lot. I just by default, this is just. If we were to do a sales tax, it should be like, and I would agree with Supervisor Dirks, a metric to say, to justify the reasoning for it. It is a use tax, so it's, you know, it's a consumption tax in that sense, which, you know, I'm more accepting of that. But at the end of the day, that also means that we got to be able to prove what exactly we're going to do with it, what is the benefit. And when I hear my constituents and the public talking, all I hear is you guys aren't doing too much right now, so how do we support a tax when things are getting worse for us, right? So it's I think it's just a rough time to try to somehow get a tax out of folks when life is hard for everybody. If I saw commercial developments happening, all of a sudden there's revenue coming in, we were increasing staffing, right? So it's almost like a chicken and the egg thing, like we haven't created that momentum yet, and then we're trying to tax them to try to somehow come up with that. I almost feel like we need to come up with a game plan to address our issues and then be able to prove that this tax makes sense, because the quality of life at that point would justify it. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, where I'm coming from is since 2021, and when the three of us and Supervisor Medina was re-sworn in, is we all came in with an agenda that we need to find ways to increase revenue. I mean, that's been the mantra all last year. And because both Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki did such a great job in looking at all the options, that's why I made sure that you two are on the economic development again going forward, that you were able to help us, figure out the problem. However, my concern is looking at this, I don't want to waste the money on a feasibility study. I would rather, it's going to be ultimately a decision where the voters are going to decide. So let's just let them decide. Let's go ahead and move forward. And if they decide that it's a no, then it's a no. We went there, we asked the people, we got their opinion, it's a done deal. However, if it's approved, then we have to make sure, as Supervisor Hernandez says, is we have designated where the increased revenue is going to go to, because we know that roads is an issue. I know we're woefully understaffed in terms of county employees, where we're not able to give the bare minimum of services that need to be done because we don't have the manpower, we don't have the personnel. That was the question I came back with, the MECO item, is do we have the personnel to be able to staff and enforce whatever it is that we're going to need to, should we move forward. So today on the agenda, you're looking for a couple of things. A direction and then authorization. So.
Yeah, so
okay.
Madam Chair, if I may just chime in just for a point of clarity on a couple of things. One is, what we're looking for really in essence is two things like you mentioned. One is it going to be countywide or is it going to be just the unincorporated? I think that's really important. The other one is polling. That's the reason why we kind of have it on today, because as you saw with that graph, it's going to take time to go through the process. So that's why we wanted to understand that. I think the ad hoc was like, no polling. Let's just let the public decide. I think that was their decision within the ad hoc. But I think that we opened it up for conversation, what the cost is, timing, and all these other things kind of came up to play. If we decide not to do the polling and we wait, which is fine, I think we can wait I think we have till August to really, and then we'll know what the budget is. And then we can explain that to the public at that point and then put it on the agenda. So that's what I would recommend doing, if it's okay with your board, not to do the polling. We just go through this process, go through the budget, explain to the public where we stand. And I think that really the next question is it unincorporated or is it going to be countywide? And we can make that decision later, to be honest with you.
So then you don't need a motion?
Well,
or
it would be good to know, but I
enough?
think at this point in time, if we don't do the polling, then we're fine.
So would you
It was
like a
really
decision
critical
on the
because of the
polling?
It was
Okay.
critical on the polling. That was the main thing. If you wanted to do the polling, then we needed to know, is it unincorporated or not? But if not, we can wait till the budget, and then at that point, we can paint the picture and say, this is what it is.
Okay, can we then follow Supervisor Dirks' recommendation to put this off?
Yeah.
Forego the polling?
Yep.
And then bring it back?
Perfect. That's
Okay,
perfect.
So do we need a vote now? or is
It'd
that
probably be
enough?
good just to get consensus from your board.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then somebody give me a motion and then a second so we can vote on that and move on?
I motion to, do I have to say the whole thing?
No, as per
Okay.
staff recommendation.
Per staff recommendation, that we wait until after the budget in order and forego the polling option.
Exactly.
And the verb is you move.
I
And yes,
move.
okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Okay, so you have a 5-0. Good.
Thanks.
All right. All right, so and we're finished with 4 then, right?
Yep, we're done. We're
Okay.
done with 4.
All right, so the countywide question will come back when this
We'll
comes
come back later.
Okay.
We'll have a better idea of where we stand financially.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, the RMA.
I'll get switched in the back. All right, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So we are going to discuss, kind of on a similar theme for today, potential wastewater treatment plant in North County. and it's along the theme of increasing potential business revenue, as well as addressing a lot of folks that are in that area and they're currently utilizing leach fields, and they're kind of in a shallow groundwater situation. So where we're at to date is we've performed some preliminary analysis, and we're looking at areas north of Highway 156 near San Felipe Road. And based on that analysis of residents that could potentially utilize a treatment plant, as well as businesses that might be able to utilize the plant, we have come up with a preliminary estimate of a need for 100,000 gallons of treatment per day. And in addition to that, assuming that the site would be approximately 15 acres, and then perhaps larger if we wanted to irrigate the water, or irrigate sports fields using the water, that site could be perhaps 20 acres. And so that's that type of size, in addition with a membrane bioreactor, which I'll explain in a minute, would cost approximately $8 million, between $8 and $9 million construction dollars. A membrane bioreactor, what it does is it essentially has the wastewater flow through the membrane. The solids fall out to treatment ponds and sledge fields and things like that. The water that passes through the membrane can actually be used for irrigation, and so that's why the sports fields is an option. And so that's where we're at today. And county staff have confirmed that ARPA funds can be utilized for preliminary studies that will just lead to a construction project. I know the construction of the plan has been taken off the table with the ARPA ad hoc, but the reason why we're discussing this item today is because we have a proposal to perform essentially constraints analysis. And what that'll do is, step one is we'll do site selection, somewhere likely north of Highway 156. And we're gonna be looking at 2 sites, ideally. And so we'll do preliminary research on nearby wells, land use, projects that are already proposed for the area, and ideally come up with 2 sites to progress to the next phase, which is the actual constraints analysis. And that'll consist of 1 deep boring about 50 feet just to look at liquefaction for the area. And then it'll have include also 5 shallower percolation tests just to see how well the site percolates. Those borings go from 8 to 20 feet. And so once we've come up with those kind of results, we'll be able to actually, the proposal at hand is going to provide 6 conceptual layouts. And as we go through this process, if the ad hoc committee for the ARPA funds decides to move forward, we will obviously be coordinating quite a bit with this board, with the planning folks, just to see what sites make sense. Another factor involved, and it's years on the horizon, is Highway 152 corridor project that's going to come from over the hill and replace 152 and head over to Highway 25 and eventually 101, that area. That could also actually provide quite a bit of potential business opportunities. So yeah, ideally, we've been talking about businesses and tax revenue, and a lot of businesses shy away from the county currently because for a lot of different reasons, we're not able to utilize the Hollister's wastewater treatment plant. So this would be an option to help us in the future to have some potential business revenue and also help the residents in North County. So the proposal at hand is to spend $200,000 of ARPA funds. And that will be, obviously the decision of the ad hoc committee, and then they can provide the recommendations back to the board to move forward with a site selection and the constraints analysis. And then, just so you know, next steps in the process, after we have proceeded through the constraints analysis, the next step would be CEQA, which would take a couple of years, and then ideally the treatment plant. And so yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
So then, let's go ahead
Public.
and the public comment, then we'll bring it back to the board.
In chambers, Elias Salinas.
And that's because I had already turned in my card before I left. So this is a really expensive project, and it's going to take a long time just for the study. I just saw $250,000. I would like the board to consider doing a district with the current sewer system with the city of Hollister. Put that up to the voters. I think everybody would win from that. You wouldn't go through the expense. I think you'd have to convince the public. If you're going to build something in North County, you're going to have to explain to the public why it's feasible. And I just thought, you just said about future development. And we don't even know about future development because there's an initiative that's about to go out trying to stop economic development. So who's going to come to San Benito County for any kind of a business, and you're thinking about spending just the report $250,000, and we know that a new system is going to be very, very expensive. I can't even imagine the millions of dollars. I hope not billion. So I think you guys need to consider, I would like you to consider, and I apologize for calling you guys, I would like you all to consider trying to work, trying to get an initiative and let the voters decide about trying to build a regional sewer system that's already here, the waste plant that's already here in the city, and I think that everybody would benefit, the city residents, their prices would lower as well. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Valerie Eglin, San Juan outside. And I have a question about the North County new sewer. Would that accommodate San Juan Bautista in their effort, or has that agreement already gone through with Hollister? And if it's a regional plant that we have already in Hollister, then how is it possible that anybody can be refused? To me, it's very confusing why. We have a big sewer plant that was designed to handle mega material, unless it will accommodate more businesses and is in that way friendly. I think it's probably a no-brainer that things will need to be developed, but exactly how that plans out or is mapped out, I think is the issue. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. I'm hearing some little rumblings over here, so does that mean you all want to start first?
Well, I'll jump in. Yeah, it's confusing to me too. We have a regional plan, and yet the county is largely, excluded from using it, which is really unfortunate. And I think it impacts the county and the community in many ways, and it is unfortunate. But the reality is, whether it's politics or otherwise, that the moment we just don't have access to that Hollister plant. So we, just a little background is we looked at the ad hoc committee, last year, and then again now the ARPA ad hoc have been looking at the possibility of spending ARPA money, American Rescue money, to actually build this plant. But because of timing and the expense, $8 million would suck up obviously a big chunk of the 10 million plus we're getting from ARPA money. It was determined it just didn't make sense, and we don't have time to get it done anyway. So we tabled that, but then we're bringing this back to say, well, maybe it does make sense to spend, it is a significant amount, but spend money to seriously look at building one, because there may be a significant opportunity down the road in North San Diego County. I think it does beg the question whether we'd have an opportunity, and maybe Steve, you can comment on this, is that would this plant be able to be expanded, and how far could we go out to connect? If there were other opportunities, in other parts of the county, how far would we be able to go to connect? So that's a question. The last comment I'll make is that I think it is a legitimate, and I had it down in my notes too. Elia brought up the fact that with this initiative on the horizon, it does again beg the question, well, what happens if that passes and then precludes us being able to use this plant? So should we wait before we make a decision? But if we wait, we probably can't use the ARPA funds. So anyway, that's a question in my mind, but those are my comments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. My concerns are the same about the initiative, and I kind of wondered about the timeline too, but if I'm wrong, please correct me, but we have 2 years to use that money. Could we potentially earmark $200,000, wait until the initiative in November, and then make a decision again at that point if this is still something we want to pursue or look at? Because the report could be done in that timeframe.
Yeah, at the end of 2024 is when we more or less need to use up the money, but they give you to the end of 2026 to finish up a project.
Oh, okay.
So a larger project of something that, just going to encumber and basically paying, what you need to pay off at that point. My question, I think, maybe is, along with what you're saying, is how long would this study or this evaluation be? I think that's more important from prior engineer here, because we could probably hold this off till November. And then it gives us a year or two to do this, and we still have the ARPA money to spend it. As long as from 2023, we'll be able to do the study in 2023.
The answer is yes,
So
absolutely, within a year.
So then basically, I think we could hold off and allocate those funds. So it's just a thought.
Yeah, because in my mind, it's just a lot of money, and if it's going to be a moot point, if we have no commercial development available in the county, then why would we need a wastewater facility? But more to that point, since this sounds like it would be in my district, would residents be able to tie in as well, and how many?
Yes, absolutely. In general, the terrain flows from north to south, so we selected that area for the folks on Fairview and Shore Road because they could gravity flow down to the wastewater treatment plant. Absolutely.
Okay, so then that would pull them off septic, which is somewhat problematic from what I understand in District 1 because of the water table.
And there was discussion to the CSA, the Nunville CSA, I believe, as well, pulling them off as well.
Okay, that's also an option as well. Okay. All right, let me make sure. I did hear a little bit initially when we were talking about the development off of San Felipe and 156 there, and them being able to tie into the city wastewater. Is there going to be an issue with LAFCO regarding putting in a new water waste treatment facility? Would that be a part of that $200,000 study where they would look at that? Do you know?
So, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to share, I think the first step in that, are you talking the Christopher Ranch project? So the first step was the annexation agreement.
Right.
And them addressing their sphere. They would have to hook that up into the sewage plant.
Sure.
So they're gonna actually, my understanding is build that out, and that's part of that whole process. So they're gonna bring in, piping for that, probably I guess a pump station. I think there's a lot of things that they have to do in order for that to be connected. So,
For
now-
that specific project, once they're either brought in the sphere of influence and ultimately annexed into the city, then there's not an issue with LAFCO.
Right.
Okay.
So, and that's part of the process. LAFCO would potentially have a problem if it wasn't annexed in.
Right.
Okay.
But the plan would be, it would be annexed in, so, on
Okay.
that project at least.
On that particular, okay, so I probably didn't word the question very well. So what I'm asking is there anything that would preclude us from being able to put in another wastewater treatment center when the city sewer plant is supposed to be regional, even though it's maybe not really? And so I'm just wondering, is there going to be any pushback from the state or anyone who will say, you already have one, you don't need another one, we're not gonna, do we need to get a blessing from anyone on this? I guess is what I'm.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
San Luis Obispo, the actual regional water district has to bless it. So we'd have to go through a process, but we have to find out the feasibility, and that's ultimately this first step in the process. But then it would have to go. And again, Mike Chambliss, our former RMA director, has already met with the water district, the regional water district, and asked them, and they've said yes, preliminary, but they, without having all the proper paperwork and all, moving that forward, they're just verbally kind of said, yeah, it's reasonable.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it's not a dead-end road right off the bat, and that we've looked at all of that a little bit.
Excuse me, if,
Go to the other supervisors if Supervisor Dirks is finished. I know you want to clarify something, but.
that's fine.
We're just trying to get, Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, one quick question, just to clarify, maybe I misheard it. I know the 200,000, we'd be fine expending that, but then there's the 8.3. Would we realistically have the ability to go to expend the 8.3 within the time frame? Because that seems a lot more daunting.
That was for a point of clarity, that was the concern that we had, why we did not want to move forward with it, because we didn't think we would be able to make the 8.3 in the time frame. However, through the final rule, there's under 6.12 allows the use of funds for pre-project development for eligibility water, sewer, and broadband projects. So in essence, what it does is it allows you to start it, to do an analysis or whatever, as long as that's packaged and done and it's eligible.
Great.
So.
Okay. A few comments. This, I think I mentioned last time, this initially came up in the middle of 2021 in the ad hoc. We were under a really unique set of circumstances with the tax sharing agreement. We were kind of at a stalemate with the city. And so we were in those negotiations. They weren't progressing. And I actually came up with this idea, and Supervisor Tiffany agreed that perhaps this could be a leverage point with the city in those negotiations. If we don't get a tax sharing agreement done, well, we're just going to go build our own sewer plant. We're going to keep all the revenue for ourselves. And so that's kind of how this originated. If we weren't going to come to an agreement for use on this other tax sharing agreement, in the end, we did work out that agreement. I think it's a fair agreement. Obviously, I voted for it for both sides. That said, if I just walked in from the outside, we just talked about being one community. We are. It really, without considering all the complications and political complications, it really doesn't add up that we're excluded from the plant. But then you also have to consider, again, the tremendous investment that the city of Hollister, 120 or whatever $million that they put into it. And I think that's the sensitivity point for the people that have been around the city, understandably so. So that's where the political will, I just don't know if there's political will. I guess we've been told there probably isn't to have us hook in. But what I wonder is something that I don't necessarily think we've explored, and that's, we just negotiated a tax sharing agreement for situations when the county annexes into the city of Hollister. I wonder if we could potentially explore negotiating a separate tax sharing agreement
for county businesses that use the sewer plant. So right now we get 30% out of the annexations that go into the city, and I wonder if perhaps the city leaders would be more amenable if we explored a tax sharing agreement that said, okay, well, you know, because I think they're also concerned about competition and losing out on revenue, you know, so perhaps we could explore a tax sharing agreement with the city and see if there's any interest, if there's interest from the rest of the board, in looking at a percentage, a cut that the city could potentially get out of county businesses that use the city of Hollister wastewater plant. I don't know what that cut would be, but that would seem to maybe get us closer to potentially being able to use the regional plant. And I think that ideally that's the direction we would prefer. We would rather use the plant that's there than build another one. So that's just an idea, throwing it out there. And then I also agree that we just have to wait at this point with this initiative. It just doesn't make sense to spend all this money and then potentially turn around and say, oh, it's, you know, we just wasted $200,000 because we're just not going to be able to develop too much. So one last thing, no matter what we do, I think we have to have a stipulation. I know you talked about the septic for the existing homes. I understand that because it's an environmental issue, but I would not get near supporting this unless it was absolutely no new residential connections, none ever, to this sewer plant. That has to be in writing. If we're gonna, the idea was meant for commercial industrial. And my concern is that the residential development community would see this and suddenly their eyes would go up and they would be very, very interested in pursuing more massive residential developments if the sewer was there. So that's just something for me. I support looking at sewer capacity for commercial industrial. I do not support looking at it for residential in any facet. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
To me, this is a county opportunity for leverage for us to be able to ride our own ship as far as being able to do commercial development. I mean, I totally agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. I don't want to see residential out there. I don't think you can tie that to a plant. You'd have to figure out a way to address it, through the planning process, right? And I've made recommendations on the dais before where we need to do something to amend the process to make sure that we don't, it's got to be specific to addressing our infrastructure needs to support those needs first prior to allowing housing developments in the county and incorporate it. We all know housing is not a moneymaker. It's, if anything, it's just a small infusion of funds, but ultimately creates more problems down the road. And from what I've gathered, the sentiment of the board is not to support housing development. So, but just the same, we got to be able to focus on how we can raise revenues. And I do believe that having a water plant's actually going to, and a wastewater plant's going to open up the opportunities, especially in Supervisor Dirk's district, because you have the 156 corridor right there. In San Felipe intersecting, which is that's the industrial area. So it's very unique to the fact that it will accommodate. I don't see anybody wanting to buy a house next to, a distribution site or a manufacturing site or something like that. So I don't even see that as a feasible thing. Either way, it's leverage. The county needs it. We need to be able to direct our own ship. Politics aside, if we don't do that, then that's where we lose out on opportunities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Now, right now on the table, there's two sites options that we're looking at, and so we don't know if it's going to be District 1 or the newly defined boundaries of District 5. So we're not going to say whose it is at this point. So I don't even want to have that conversation. What I do want to remind the city, and again, I'm not trying to bash the city, but if I were a bondholder or stockholder of this initial waste treatment plant, I would be looking at legal options, because I know that they sold the bonds to the holders with the idea that this was going to be a JPA, and that's not what they got. And so, contrary to what we're all saying, we wish we had access to it. We don't, for whatever reason. And again, I don't want to point the fingers, but the fact is the San Benito County does not have access to the waste treatment plant for our use. And so I would like to make sure that we don't even have the conversation about residential at this point. Not that I'm for it or against it, but if we're going to go through the
the steps of looking at a waste treatment plant out there, I don't want to put limitations on it yet. I don't want to say, yes, I'm open to residential, or no, I don't. That's a future question. It's not right now on the table. It's the fact of, are we going to look at a waste treatment plant? Since I am one half of the ad hoc, the ARPA, for the ad hoc, I would say let's hold up till November, but I would like to have that conversation to use the ARPA money. And Supervisor Tiffany is on that, so he can chime in on his own. But we would bring this back to you all anyways here at the board. You know, is that a good investment of the money? But I think ARPA is one-time money. I'd rather see the 200,000 come out of the ARPA funds rather than the general funds, you know, and so that's exactly what the ARPA funds are designed for, or projects like this, so that you don't have to dig into your own pocket, you can dig into the ARPA pocket. And so that's just my 2 cents. And I know you wanted to counter, so you go ahead.
Yeah, and I would agree with you and agree with what Supervisor Dirks suggested, and let's, we'll earmark the 200,000 or there, and I'm sure there'll be other things that we will not be spending every cent, prior anyway, but earmark it and let's wait to see what happens with the initiative. Just one comment I was going to make about the residential, and I do think if we do eventually build this plant, I think one of the reasons why you'd at least want to be able to tie it into existing residential, not new, but existing, is that I think that would make it much more palatable for the regional water quality people, because that would be a big environmental plus. And I think that was one of Mike's arguments that would make a big difference with them. That's one reason why they would do it. The last comment is, I don't want to give up on this idea that somehow we can tie into the city regional plant either. Your suggestion, Supervisor Kuzmicki, I think is worth exploring, or anything else that we can continue to explore. I know we've gone to the city once or twice before, but maybe there's some more creative way we can approach them. Because that is ultimately what makes the most sense, for sure. There's no question about it. But yeah, as far as ARPA, I would agree with you, Supervisor Gonzalez, let's delay. Thank you.
Okay, so this was mostly a informational
We
presentation?
got direction and,
So do you have enough direction, or do you need us to?
No, I think we got direction. It's pretty clear. We'll bring it back after November. We'll see where we stand, and we'll actually put the same exact item on if there's, if there's a need to at that point. We'll know at that point.
Was there specific direction, like not direction, but a first and a second to place that issue of a tax agreement on the agenda for further discussion? Or
Well, why don't you just give us all the options? I was gonna say not only that, but then also let's look at the possibility of excluding residential or not. Let's just bring us the pros and cons of that. And then what was the other thing that we were talking about that was asked to be mentioned? Anyone chime in?
What she was saying.
Yeah,
the
I think
tax
it's
sharing,
separate. I think it's two separate things.
If the
It's
tax,
separate.
the tax sharing, again, I just literally thought of that while I'm sitting here and we're talking.
Mhm.
That's something we could do tomorrow, but I'm not saying we should. I'm just, if we're gonna explore that, that could be explored. If they say no, we're not interested, then okay, we're not interested. And
Yeah, and I can reach out to Brad about that and just explore that.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
I can
right?
just explore that.
Yeah. Was there something else?
But we're clear. I'm clear on the
Okay, you're
direction.
good.
I got
Okay.
it. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
So then that would take us on to item number 6 of 27 items. I just have to put it out there. Item number 6 of 27.
More positive, 6 of 9 on the.
From beginning. I like it.
Turn around. Thanks.
Okay, I'll talk fast. So, recently, we provided, Public Works provided a roads project status. This presentation will be pertaining specifically to bridges. And real quick, 2 main bridge programs that local agencies are involved with is, one is a highway bridge program, and that's a program where the state and the federal government has designated bridges to be part of their program and their system. And because of that, they help provide assistance with upkeep, replacing, all the items that are pertinent to those bridges. And when a bridge, and we have a few in the county, don't qualify for that program, and it's usually, in the county, it's usually a result of length. A lot of our bridges are not 20 feet long. They don't span over a 20-foot wide portion of the creek with the bridge structure. And there's some other reasons why they might not qualify, but those become locally funded bridges. And so the majority of our efforts are actually going to pertain to the Highway Bridge Program, and we'll talk about a couple on the local bridge system. So recently completed, we've discussed Hospital Road Bridge. We also recently completed, even before that, 2 bridge rail replacements over on San Felipe Road and Shore Road. Bridges we're currently working on, and these are all construction schedules based on various states of where the design and right-of-way acquisition is for the bridges. I'll just highlight a couple upcoming. One that we're excited about is the Union Road Bridge. It's a $40 million project. Union Road will be realigned, the curve will be flattened, and San Benito Street will be extended. And that is actually scheduled to begin next spring. It's a $40 million project. Federal government's going to pay for $36 million of that, and we match the rest. So that's next big bridge project on the horizon. 2 more that are upcoming. A little bit smaller bridges. One is the Lime Kiln Road Bridge, to start a little bit after Union, as well as Rosa Morada. It's also a small bridge, and that is also scheduled to start in summer of 2023. Let's see, there's a few more in 2024. Anzar Road and Rocks Road are scheduled for 2024. And 2025, we have a small bridge on Pinoche Road in South County that will be constructed beginning in spring 2025. And we have what we call a scour countermeasure, which essentially is some bank stabilization and bridge foundation enhancements. And we have just started the design on that, just preliminary phases of that project. So now, I mentioned the main reason for these 2 bridges not to be included in the Highway Bridge Program and they're on a local bridge program is that their length, that the way that the state and federal government measured it, is less than 20 feet. And we have just, we've actually been continuing with the design. There was a pause on Carr Avenue. We now have a consultant team continuing with that project, and it's actually possible we can start this construction of the Carr Avenue Bridge probably late summer next year, early fall. My guess is it'll probably be spring of 2024. So we're going through environmental process right now. It's a small bridge, but it's definitely in need of replacement. And then the second local road bridge we're working on is Cienega Road, kind of near Hollister Hills recreational area. And we have not really done much design-wise and whatnot for that bridge. We do have a team on board now, and my guess is that would probably not be constructed until 2025, 2026. So that's the speed version of our bridge status project. But before we go to questions and whatnot, because it came up earlier, just kind of back to the roads. So even myself recently, in the last 4 weeks, I think, driving down Fairview Road, and this is for the public that might be listening, not these responsible members in this room, but driving down Fairview Road, once at 7 a.m., once about 4 p.m., I was passed on Fairview Road. And I was driving at the limit, as they say, speed limit, which means some individual was exceeding that limit. And I don't mention that for me, but for folks that are listening, there's families driving their kids to Southside School and trying to merge onto Fairview, and a lot of other folks trying to merge onto Fairview. So just please try to observe the speed limits on all our roads, not just Fairview. And I'll just pause there and ask questions.
I appreciate that comment from a personal perspective, okay? And I think maybe we just need to talk to law enforcement and get enforcement out there more. So whatever we have to do to CHP, sheriff, I know it's not in the PD, area, service area, but we definitely need to, because we have people that are driving horrendously dangerous out there. And I'm kind of glad that it happened to you, because you gave us that opportunity to open that door today. Okay, but let's go to the public, and then we will then bring it back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so who would like to start first? I see Supervisor Dirk's getting ready. Go ahead.
Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you pointing out about the highway bridge program and how that works. I had gotten a call from a resident off of Rosa Morada, I think the last time we had done this, so I was able to tell that he was like, please don't spend money on this. There's other things we need to spend money on, and then I was able to say, well, it's paid for basically through Caltrans. So, so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the warning about Fairview and the traffic. And so just making sure that people are being safe and taking into account everyone else around them, not just because they're late or want to get somewhere faster.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Steve. A question that comes to mind, we're talking about Fairview, and I brought at the beginning of this meeting, the very sad situation with someone being killed on that stretch. I know this isn't really a bridge situation, but it's more of a culvert situation, but maybe contributing to where that accident was is, that's that dip down to the culvert at Santa Ana Creek, right, which probably affects visibility a bit. It's a very...
Is this like beyond, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I'm asking, is it related to bridges?
Is what related to bridges?
Well, is something like that a bridge it's not a bridge situation, it's strictly a road situation? That's my question.
Well, if you're referring to the accident, I really don't know.
Well, I mean where it dips down, where there's the culvert. Is that a road situation, or that's nothing related to bridges?
The vertical alignment of the road?
Yeah, exactly.
So that it's just evolved over time. That exact crossing, since I've been here, is just morphed into, it was a low water crossing, and then they built the bridge up, and maybe a big picture answer to your question is we just started a study to look at Fairview and the whole drainage of that area, which would include reconstruction of that bridge, and we'd probably raise the vertical profile of the bridge if we can find the funding, which would help that dip that you're referring to.
I'm just curious.
So it could be a future bridge.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Carr Avenue Bridge jumped out for me. That's the Aromas area. It's been long needed, as you're aware. I'll keep harping on. I just feel like this area of the county is just always sort of shoved aside a little bit, and so an afterthought, I think, is a better word, and we have to get away from that. So I'm wondering, it seems like this is getting pushed off some more a little bit, or?
No, actually, Carr is moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cienega is paused, but Carr's moving forward.
What's that?
Carr is moving
You
forward.
said which was paused?
Cienega.
Cienega.
Cienega's
which is
paused, okay.
Yeah, it's just
But
near Hollister
24,
Hills.
is there any way to push that up 23? Or what are the complications? I'm just asking because 24 still seems like a while. I know we've been talking about the Carr Avenue Bridge for at least a few years now.
Yes, Supervisor. So ideally, and I thought I might have mentioned, I'm hopeful if the environmental process proceeds in a timely fashion and we don't find any special species, that process could be completed by the end of summer next year, which means we can go into construction right after that. So there's a possibility, and we even discussed that just at a meeting actually last week. So we're trying to move as efficiently as we can for that bridge.
All right.
So.
I don't think there are any special species in that particular area, so I think we should be good.
And that's from authoritative source, right?
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
Good one. Supervisor Hernandez.
No comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Just thank you for this, and I know that being our new RMA person is a tough job, but there's a marked difference in your presentation versus the previous RMA director. So thank you, because they're concise and they're to the point. But I have no particular comments or concerns regarding the presentation or the bridge. I know you guys are doing what you can and staffing. I would have put in the presentation the vacancies that's in your office, because that is the biggest hindrance, is having the staffing to be able to do the job, to move forward.
And we're working on that. We're making progress, so.
All right. That wasn't a low blow to anybody. That was just a
But I'm
statement.
just-
Yes.
yeah, just a statement as well. There is actually some good news on the horizon, so when that happens, we'll announce it out. So.
Did you require any action from us? Informal presentation? Nope, just receiving the presentation. Okay. So then, the next one is 7 is also yours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Whenever you're ready. And then once he completes, we'll go to the public for comment for that one.
Okay, so this one should be brief as well. There were storms in January and February of 2021, and we, the county and other counties, qualified for funding according to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal-OES. So they made us officially able to apply for funds to help address repairs that were specifically caused by those large storm events at the early part of the year. And a couple things to note. One, if they deem the projects we submit viable and able to be reimbursed for work to rehabilitate them, the state pays for 75% and the county will pay for 25%. So we applied for essentially items that had to get fixed right away, and as well as kind of ongoing issues that were kind of more permanent damage type issues as a result of the storm. So the emergency work actually has been funded and reimbursed by the state. And we'll just go to that, to the tune of $140,000. So a lot of the work that was done to rehabilitate embankments that had failed, culverts that had failed, has already been reimbursed, and we applied for $170,000. They provide $126,000, and they also give us a 10% allowance for administrative costs, and that's just automatic. So we've actually already been sent approximately $140,000. So what we did in order to essentially provide our evidence of storm impacts, we went on 2 drives with Cal-OES folks. We drove around the entire county twice, and we've also had 2 subsequent meetings. And as a result of all that coordination, they essentially have said, okay, we agree that we will reimburse you approximately $4 million. It's a little bit less, but we showed them roads and we showed them embankments, and they said, okay, we think you have about X amount of damage. And so in the future, and we started the design on these projects, there's 2 culverts and washouts that were approximately $240,000 to replace, and we'll be replacing those. They'll be reimbursed after the construction is completed. And then if you've heard about the new Idria washout, they said, yes, that was a storm event impact, and we have an engineering board designing the bridge replacement for that, and it's going to be about $3 million total of replacement. So that's kind of where we're at. And so in order for those last 2 items to be reimbursed, we just have to complete construction for those items. And then note 25% of those costs will be paid for by the county. So that's it. Questions?
Okay, let's go to the public and then we'll come back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Madam Chair, if I may just add one comment, I just
Yes,
want to thank
please.
staff, the road crew, Chris's team, OES, the administration, county council. There was a lot of work that went into this, and you saw the item on the agenda for so long. We found it that it was important to bring it to the item, actually talk about it a little bit, because I think it's important. And there's a lot of work that went into it, and persistence, because originally we thought we weren't going to get anything, but with that persistence, we were able to get some. So it's pretty good deal. Good job.
Supervisor Tiffany, did you want to go first?
Sure. Since a big part of this is in my district, South County, and yeah, it's been a really long time coming. I mean, I didn't think we would actually see the money, but it's great that we were. I mean, because we're gonna, we're having to fix this anyway, so it's a hell lot better to do it at 25% of the cost than at 100%. I was just down about a month ago. Drove down to the, where the washout is, which is, way South County on New Idria, and there's a temporary fix, but obviously it's temporary. So anyway, great job to the staff and everyone, and this is a big success for us. So that's really all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, good job. And I appreciate all the persistence and hard work and dedication to making sure this happens.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
No, thank you. I don't have anything on this one.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez? Well, then I'll go down that. I have no comments either, so thank you. And that was just a informational presentation also, so we can move on to item number 8. Thank you. Okay, are we putting something up on the screen to start this one? And
Yeah, this item came from Supervisor Kozmicki, and was asked to put this on the agenda based on the horrible situation in the Ukraine. And so what we did is staff worked on this, looked at not reinventing the wheel, went out and actually communicated with the County of Monterey. We were able to use their resolution, made a few edits on it, and that's what you have before you. And I would actually defer to Supervisor Kozmicki for any further comments.
thank you.
Thank you, CIO Espinoza. And just want to clarify, it came up, Monterey was doing it. I saw they were doing it. I thought that was sensible. A lot of governments are doing this throughout the nation and world. I spoke with Chair Gonzalez. I gave her a phone call just to run it by her, and so I would just clarify that Chair Gonzalez, we had that conversation and both agreed that this is something that the board at least would want to consider. Just a few different separate things with this. I spoke with Gary Byrne at the Community Foundation. Just the notion of how can people help out came up, and there was consideration of should the county get into raising money, and my thought was, well, the Community Foundation is there already, and that's what they do, and we don't really have the staff to do that. And so I spoke with Gary, and he mentioned that although they're working on their moving to the epicenter downtown, that he did say that that they are setting up a special fund to help the Ukrainian government and people, and the main issue they were going through was just making sure that it was reputable, so that our citizens, if they would like to help out, they have a source locally to go to. So if residents are interested in helping out, and I would also encourage the county to either push that out through communications, or to somehow officially kind of collaborate on that. I would like to see that. And then in most cases, I wouldn't want us to stray into national or world politics.
But this is a really very extraordinary situation with impacts that are rippling throughout the world, including our county. Everybody is now paying $5 and something a gallon for gas. That's just one area where we're going to be feeling the impact of this world situation. And so I did feel like it was important for us as a county to take a stand and to join the others throughout the world that are against what the Russian government is doing to the Ukrainian people. We have to stand up to this dictator, Vladimir Putin, his tyrannical, unprovoked invasion, and help to stop this evil person from continuing to kill and victimize innocent people. The sad reality at home here is that we do still have some of these QAnon types who somehow support Russia and Vladimir Putin. And I don't know, since I was a kid, things have changed quite a bit. I remember, growing up in the 80s, and nobody in our country would have dared to vow support for the Russian Soviet government. And, so that's a little startling to me and very concerning. But so these people have radical, fringe, stunningly ignorant viewpoints on the world, and anyone who supports this unprovoked invasion is either oblivious and uninformed beyond belief or hateful themselves. And the people of this county, in my opinion, will not stand for that. So I know we don't have a huge population of Russian or Ukrainians in this part of the country, but I want to make sure that we offer support services to anyone who does have connections to the region. So I don't know what else we may be able to do if we do have Ukrainian residents living in our county. If there is some sort of avenue, I would like to have us at least act as some sort of a support system for those people that live here. And then lastly, I would like to examine if our county, I suspect that we don't have any financial connections whatsoever to any Russian products or services. But if we do, I would like us to make sure we examine that and immediately cut off all ties if that is the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other supervisors like to chime in on that? Oh, thank you. Public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for bringing this up. As you can tell, I am wearing the colors of the Ukrainian flag. I also offered, and the public has seen, that some of the supervisors are wearing masks with sunflowers, which is a representation of the the Ukrainian flower is the sunflower. So I want to thank everybody for trying to put this together. I also want to say that on this Saturday morning from 10 to 12, I am having a community gather, whomever wants to gather, at the four corners of Airline Highway and Tres Pinos Road and Sunny Slope, where we will gather together in unity for the people of Ukraine. I've gone out and I'm trying to buy as many yellow and blue poster boards, sunflower seed packets to give out. I have a very, very dear friend who in January was so proud of how well the company was going. They had funding, and less than 45 days later, his company is gone. His money is gone. Right now, he's trying to get his wife and his daughter out of the country. He cannot leave the country. I have a friend here in San Benito County. Her name is Irina. She is a immigrant from Ukraine. Her son, daughter-in-law, and her grandchild are in Ukraine. So we do have people, and Irina has other people, has other friends that I've never met, but she mentions other friends that live here in San Benito County that are from Ukraine. There are folks right now that are trying to get information, and hopefully you as a council, especially Mr. Kosmicki, they want to gather coats, and because it's winter right now, and they'd like to know how to get those accessed to Ukraine. So thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund on School Road outside San Juan. What has been brought to light by this tragedy in Ukraine is the insights we're getting on the Russian government and the dissemination of misinformation, which is something that has controlled the country for him. And it's something that here in San Benito County, there are entities that we should be thinking about as far as, do they mirror that kind of behavior? And how do we make sure that our democracy here in San Benito County remains strong, and that we hear our people, but that our leadership is clear and informed and helping the population make decisions that are really worthy. I applaud the effort to support Ukraine, and I thank Mr. Kosmicki, Supervisor, for bringing it out to the public. It's just a good thing to do. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, it's Rob Bernowski again. So listen, the things happening between Russia against Ukraine are just horrible. They absolutely are. However, it is not, we did not elect you to take up time and resources in this regard. It's admirable that you feel this way. If you do, please go join Elia Salinas and her cause on Saturday. But from the dais up there, you are consuming my time, because I'm participating in the meeting, the people's time, on an international issue that is better left to people that play in those areas, like the administration of the United States and the US Congress. So it's very admirable. But look, if it, after this cause, what's it going to be? This is why I am adamant about giving any more revenue, any more control of our lives to you, because you spend time on these things and not the bigger issues, like clearly explaining why a revenue increase is necessary, so on and so forth. You talk, generically and all this other stuff, but seriously, we don't know what we're getting for our dollar. So please, stop the conversation on this. We all know how everybody feels. Join Elia on Saturday, but please get back to the people of the business of San Benito County, because that's what we elected you to do. Thank you very much. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Hi, my name is Tony. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tony. We're waiting.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Tony. And the people in Ukraine, if we want to really help them, I agree with the previous caller that we are wasting valuable time, but we could help by sending necessities, humanitarian supplies that they most desperately need. That would be the best cause for us to put some money into, other than other issues that could come up with Mr. Kosmicki's suggestions. So again, there's a Red Cross, Salvation Army, Samaritan's Purse, the Knights of Columbus.org also is out requesting supplies to be donated to them to take to the people of Ukraine. I think the humanitarian way of supplies is the way to go. So again, I say thank you for your time, and we'll talk later. Goodbye.
Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom, but for the record, there was a comment provided to the supervisors by Nancy Carlisle.
That was actually a very long and very detailed comment that was given. I was hoping that it could be read into the record, but we had not timed it for 2 minutes. So can we attach that to the minutes? Is that a possibility? It just was just very succinct. And if that's not a possibility, that's fine. Let's go to the supervisors on their comments or concerns, and then any.
Yeah, I'll just, thank you, Chair Gonzalez. I mean, obviously, this is a very symbolic resolution that we're about, I assume, ready to pass. And I understand the argument that, you know, we certainly have other county things to be doing. And I agree with that, but nevertheless, taking relatively few minutes out of our day to support the Ukrainian people and the horrific stuff that they're going through, I really don't see a downside. As far as the revenue issue, I would encourage anyone who wants to understand better the specifics of the revenue needs, come to our retreat next week, and we will get into a lot of specifics, but it starts with roads. Thank you.
I think starts and ends with roads. Yes. Go ahead, Supervisor Dirks. That's a good one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, what's being done to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people is not okay, and I think it's good for us to, as a government entity, to go ahead and support where the United States already has said on a federal level where they stand. And so, like Supervisor Tiffany, a few minutes isn't gonna, make or break anything at this point, and I think it's important.
Supervisor Kozmicki, did you want to add anything to that before we go to?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's funny because the more I think about this issue, we all have our sentiments supporting the Ukrainian people, and I know that it's a travesty what's going on. I just don't see the point of a resolution. What's it's actually going to do? Like, I mean, if we're really trying to be productive, what is the goal? And I didn't hear that. I just felt like it's more of a sentiment, and I don't understand what that sentiment is going to do. I mean, I would think even actually what Ellie is doing is probably going to have more of an impact. I definitely don't recommend spending county dollars when we're having issues ourselves. So, so at the end of the day, this is supportive of, and the only thing that kind of really confused me, and that was kind of my worry, was when Supervisor Kozmicki mentioned QAnon. Like, I don't even, like, why is that even true or not? I don't even know what that means. Like, you know what I, like, it just creates more confusion rather than unity. Doesn't create a sense of direction. We have a lot of problems we have to deal with. We should be focused on those problems, and just, I feel like these kind of things just create that sentiment to try to, it doesn't do any good. It actually does more harm. So that in and of itself, I think, kind of stained the intent of this, which is to support the Ukrainian people, which I would say all of us agree. But when it comes down to it, a resolution is not going to do anything. It's not going to change anything as far as the impacts go. I mean, I would rather recommend we open up our wallets individually and start donating to the people in need instead of this resolution. So I support the sentiment. I don't support the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For those of you who know that, I'm a big Facebook fanatic, and Sheriff Eric Taylor posted something yesterday about wanting to donate an immediate donation of surplus ballistic helmets and vests, and he had mentioned that he would be seeking the approval from the CAO to be able to do that and expedite that. So I know that's not an issue that is on the agenda per se for this one, but it's very relevant. It's how we as a board can show our support. And so if there's something that you need from us to fast forward that, I'd appreciate it. But also Sheriff Taylor also posted again on his own personal page today lists on websites of places to go for if you want to donate, if you want to become involved. And I just urge you to follow him, to look at it and to see, and he is doing the effort. He is putting his money where his mouth
Yeah.
is. And so,
And that, Madam Chair, I would support. If it
Yes.
comes back, if they need defensive, whatever they need. But at that point, it's because it's a creative solution that I appreciate Sheriff Taylor, right? That's something that we can do. And minimal staff time to do it.
and he did indicate that they have surpassed their service life for the sheriff's department. So they would be donating to a worthy cause. Okay. Right. But other than that, I have no comments. So we have a resolution on the agenda that we need to either approve or not. So can I get a motion for this item number 8?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
So we have a 4-1 with Supervisor Hernandez being in opposition. Did we go too fast for you there?
Yeah, no, in light of what you were saying, I've been processing.
Oh.
I want to make sure that, in light of timing, I wanted to make sure that your vote actually, sorry about that, it included authorizing me to be able to move forward with.
Okay, so can we have the maker of the motion to amend it to include?
Yes, I would include
And
that.
that's to the extent that it's allowable under the government code. I know that there's some specific restrictions regarding donation of surplus, property and who it can be donated to, so I'll have to check that.
Okay.
But if it's allowed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we got that.
Yeah, I would allow that friendly amendment, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a second on the friendly
Can I
amendment?
get a clarity on the actual resolution?
Okay, so you want to do two separate
No,
votes
two
on
separate
that?
things, if you don't mind, because I think we have an issue with the resolution. What we're looking for is, based on the comments that were made by our chair with Eric Taylor, and also, I think even Supervisor Kosmicki, of looking at some of these things and addressing some of these things. I think authorizing myself to address those matters based on what the county council just said, what's authorized in the code.
So can we get a new vote, Madam Chair?
And that's what I'm trying to the clarification. So going back to the maker of the
So would
motion?
we have the resolution and then giving maybe consensus direction?
Yes,
Is that
please.
what we're looking for?
It's not
That's
two
what I would
separate
like to
things
get. I
on
think
the
that's more,
donation?
Do you want it to be two separate things just for clarity's
two
sake?
separate things for
Okay, let's just
clarity.
do
I
the
don't want to muddy the
resolution.
waters.
Let's do the resolution first and then the supporting of
We're
it.
good with the resolution
So
then.
the resolution is good, 4-1 with that one?
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
so then, can we then get a suggestion on following up with Captain, or Sheriff Taylor's ask?
You want to do it for the record?
Just one question, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure. So is there any way to specify to know exactly who's going to be the recipient, that it's the people themselves, it's like, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm just reading directly from his page. He posted it 18 hours ago, and the initial post was posted 22 hours ago. I just received a request from the government of Ukraine via Cal OES. Their warriors are in need of supplies. I have authorized an immediate donation of the surplus ballistic helmets and vests. These items have surpassed their service life for us, but they can still save lives in the Ukraine. We are working with the CAO's office and the auditors to expedite this process so Cal OES can get them to Europe as soon as possible. Pray for Ukraine. That was the extent.
Okay, well, just to be clear, I support the people of Ukraine being able to use these tools that we're providing. That's my intent.
So you would like it to go to the people of the citizenry.
Yeah, the civilians to be able to.
Opposed to the,
It may be easier, I mean, it may be easier if Cali OAS is asking for the donations to go to Cali OES may be responsible for transporting it to the responsible party in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So, the motion can be, to authorize to go to Cali OES, any other designated, or, the appropriate organization, any charity, or governmental organization. But, I mean, you can make it broader, or you can just delegate it to the CAO. I mean, send it to a recipient that
I don't
would
want to
use it.
complicate it. It looks like there's
Yes.
already the request
Send-
is in the motion. I just want to make sure.
Follow through on the request.
Yeah, it's fine. I would like to get at least, I'll support it. I just would like to get an update on.
Where-
We can do that after.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do
Okay, so then do you need a motion or is that enough?
that. I think we It would be good for the record based
Okay.
on what
So
what
would
we're,
lo-
what we're
someone like to-
transporting.
I'll make that motion that we support Sheriff Taylor in getting those surplus supplies to the Ukrainian people.
Okay.
Thank you.
I second.
And can I suggest a friendly
Go ahead.
suggestion on top of that? And if not, I'm fine with that, but could we include in this also that the county, to the extent possible, can offer support services to local Ukrainians in need of help during the crisis?
Yeah.
That, I'm fine with that friendly amendment.
Great.
Okay.
But what does that mean, though? I think that
I guess we don't know at this point.
yeah.
And I would say probably, I know for us, we have behavioral health services, so if there's any issues that a family may have going through some trials, we have behavioral health services that we could offer.
Yeah, so that specific ask, totally, like, I agree
So
with that. I just
existing-
want to make sure I know what we're
existing
saying.
Existing services,
And I just want to make sure the conversation that we're having about donating county property is not a violation of the Brown Act, since it was not agendized.
To give direction.
Yeah, I know
It does say
I'm
give
the one that
direction.
opened the can of the worm, but
So
I'm
this
just.
is, yeah, it's giving
so-
direction, Madam Chair, and it'll come back probably as an actual specific
Okay,
item.
I just want to make sure.
We
Okay.
get sued for this one.
Yeah, I think we're good.
No, I don't-
So
Well,
we
and-
had a first, we had a second. Can we then have, take a vote on?
amendment.
Giving
Yes,
direction.
Given the direction, yes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so we have a 5-0 on that one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for making it so complicated. Okay, now we got an easy one. Let's go to the board members for your ad hoc presentation. And then it says we have to also appoint a new ad hoc committee for the Santana Ranch Affordable Housing. Yeah, okay. And that would be Supervisor Dirks and Tiffany. Okay. So where would we like to begin on that? How about to do a twofold? So let's do the supervisor reports, and then we do the ad hoc vote. Okay. Who would like to go first?
I'll go to get things going, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I was on mobility. I'm on mobility partnership with Chair Gonzalez, and we had a meeting, discussed the 10125 interchange. It's on track to be done in 5 years. There was discussion about Z-Best work on 25 for the expansion that's going on there. There was talk about the Bolsa, the no left turn area, and the consideration of a roundabout there. And then Measure G, the revenues thankfully are ahead of forecast. That's good news. And this big federal transportation bill is out there, and I suggested that we would want to potentially get our lobbyists involved to get as much money as possible on that transportation bill. And then intergovernmental, we had intergovernmental. There was support for a county level flavored tobacco ban on intergovernmental. There was talk about the homelessness and the homeless shelter. It's only about half full, according to our HHS director. So we, at this point, when we get these folks in the riverbeds and whatnot, I think we have the right to go in and clean these encampments. And then there was some discussion about fireworks in the city of Hollister and Safe and Sane, and in light of the county doing the ban there. And then just lastly, I had a landfill ad hoc committee and a COVID ad hoc committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. I had my first integrated waste management meeting last week. All three jurisdictions reported out. We looked at the proposed budget for 2022, 2023, which increased slightly from the prior year just due to, growth that we already have. We also looked at the revenue from each jurisdiction from 2020 and 2021. And we discussed briefly SB 1383 and how in the future we may need to hire an additional person to help facilitate that when the time comes. There was also some discussion around, Councilmember Rick Perez brought up how there's a lot of vehicles still down in the riverbed and how we might be able to get those out. And Supervisor Tiffany, I think, brought up the fact that if we have the abatement person, that might be some way to address that. Our next meeting will be in 3 months for that one. And I have AMBAG coming up tomorrow night.
Okay, Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you. I think the largest thing I've been involved in the last couple of weeks has to do with the Behavioral Health Board, and we're working on the finding a replacement for our executive director, Alan Yamamoto, who's been with us for many years, and I was involved in a Behavioral Health Board had a special meeting where we reviewed, I believe it was 7 applicants, and we scored them. We have some really very strong candidates, which is exciting. And it's going to be narrowed down to probably 5, and then there will be a smaller panel, which I'm going to be participating in, where we're going to be interviewing within, I believe, within this next week. Narrow that down to 2 candidates. I think we'll have 2 very strong candidates, and then CAO Ray Espinoza will be making the decision. And Alan is leaving, I believe, as of mid-April, April 15th. So we're hoping to have someone in place. Maybe there'll be a little bit of an overlap. But so that's a key thing we're working on there with Behavioral Health Board and the Behavioral Health Department. Also, had a fairly quick COVID ad hoc meeting, which things are, as we already talked about, looking very favorable. Supervisor Dirks mentioned, I sat in on as an alternate integrated waste management and local task force. And also with Supervisor Kazmicki, was involved in the intergovernmental committee. So, and as he mentioned, talked about a number of different items, homeless, fireworks, tobacco, and a few other things. Lastly, I was just going to mention that in the consent agenda today, we will be approving the appointment of Darren Kortson, who has applied to be the representative for the poor to the Community Action Board for District 4, and I appreciate his willingness to serve the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I don't have any past items, but I'm RCRC tomorrow, Sacramento. I'm considering attending, so that's, I know the representation for our county is really important, so I want to make sure we have a voice there. And I know Supervisor Tiffany technically will be Zooming, but
I'll be Zooming in, but yeah, if you can be there
in person, I think it'll be important for our presence to be there. And then obviously we have an EDC meeting coming up, which I'm getting more and more emails, so people are really interested in that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, and so let's go ahead and go on to the next portion of this item, which would be then the appointment of the new ad hoc committee entitled Santana Ranch Affordable Housing. Now, I was looking at the previous housing assignment, and it seems like the Housing Advisory Committee is both Supervisor Dirks and myself. So if either Supervisor Tiffany or Dirks are unable to or unwilling to sit on that, I wouldn't mind sitting in there, in your stead. So let's look at that one and then take a vote on that appointment. And the reason that you 2 supervisors were selected was simply because of the proximity to your districts and the location of the development.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I might, I definitely feel that Supervisor Dirk should be on the committee. Santana Ranch is in her district. I probably also, part of its proximity, but also prior to Supervisor Dirks coming on board, past Supervisor Medina asked me to step in, and so I was somewhat involved with Santana Ranch behind the scenes. But I go either way. I mean, I'd be happy to serve on that committee, but...
Well, I don't want to take it from you, but
yeah.
If for some reason one of you were unable to. Okay, so then with that note, then can we get
Madam Chair, if I may, can you open this up to the public first before your vote?
Because we separated it, yes. Okay. Thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Thank you, CAO, for doing that. Okay, so then bring it back to the board. Can I get a motion for the appointment of these two supervisors to this ad hoc?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That was a 5-0 vote. Okay, all right. Consent item. Whew. Okay, 235. We're doing great. Thank you. So for items number 10 through 23 of the consent item, I know that we already asked for item number 16, or it has been asked or requested for item 16 to be pulled, and I thank you. But when it returns to us, can we break it down into numerical 1, 2, 3, 4, just for reading purposes? It kind of confused me until I went ahead and looked at the transmittal item and so forth. But it's just really hard. And if I know what's going on and I'm still confused, chances are somebody else might be. So let's go to the public first, and then we'll go to the supervisors for pulling, because they may have some suggestions that we had not quite thought about.
In chambers, Alia Salinas.
Item 11, 17, and 18. I would like that these people that are being appointed, if you could put this on the agenda so that the people can meet who they are. And I have no idea. I only know one person on here, and I think the public should be able to, and I think you should be able to put it on the agenda soon after the meeting is over so they don't have to wait a long time. Make an introduction of who these people are and what they're volunteering to do. I think it's better served that way instead of going under consent and nobody knows who these people are and or what they do. And I think if more people were to hear what they do, maybe we could get more people to volunteer. Maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part. Number 12, it's important that the grand jury never again be in the negative with regards to not even being able to pay the post office box, so that they weren't even getting any letters and stuff like that. So it's very important to continue to make sure that they're funded. Item 13, I know she's out of the state, but I think she's great to publicly acknowledge her maybe on another date instead of under a consent agenda. Maybe it should have been pulled. 15 and 8 and 19. There was a discussion last night at the city council meeting, and if both Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki can please comment on this. It was reported by Councilman Resendez that it appeared that the supervisors were looking to the city that they prepare a JPA when it comes to homeless, that it would be together, but that you were looking and kind of gave direction to them. And the councilman gave direction to legal and to the city manager to go forward with it. So if that's, I don't recall that. I know it was discussed, but I don't recall that you guys gave any direction that the city would be taking the lead on that. Let's see. How much time do I have? Okay.
What was that last item number that you had just mentioned?
I put together 15 because it mentions homeless, and 19.
Okay.
And I didn't know which one to bring it on, so I just I put them together. 22, I know that it was mentioned with regards to this money to pay for, am I getting this right? Consulting services? No, that's different. I am looking for the monies being allocated for 15, which I mentioned already, but it's the money being allocated for this landscape company to go for a request of 329,000 plus to be allocated to them for that they can do cleanup. Do we really not have the staff? I know we don't, but do we? And we were able to do the same thing. We were what I'm requesting is we were able to do some kind of a study so that instead of going out, we can actually hire in-house, and we did that with janitorial services. Can we just allocate? I know it's too late now, but I think in the future we could think about, instead of this money going out again to a contractor, that we hire in-house and we get them to pay them wages that are competitive so that we can have people on staff all the time and not have to keep contracting out. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
On Zoom. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
To unmute. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yes? I'm not hearing anything.
Can we go on to somebody else and then have him test his system?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just go ahead and talk. Okay, move on to somebody else. And
He's the last comment.
oh, okay. So, Mr. Speaker, we could hear you, but you just were not talking. So just go ahead and come back on, the gentleman who was just speaking, and talk to us. We can hear you.
You've been unmuted.
Okay, let's not say that we didn't try, okay? We tried. All right, so let's take it back then to the supervisors. What is the wish of the board to pull any of these items number 10 through 23? Supervisor Kozbicki, you go ahead and go first, and we'll just work our way down the panel.
Yep, 12, 14, 16.
So 12, 14, and 16. Oops, 16's already gone.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, sorry about that. I had that in my prior notes.
It's okay, all right. So Supervisor Hernandez, do you want to pull anything? No, okay, so that's a no. All right, Supervisor Tiffany, did you want to pull
I'd
anything?
like to add 15 and 23.
15 and 23. All right, Supervisor Dirks?
No, I don't have anything additional.
Okay, so then I have item number 12, and I'm sorry, I didn't put who pulled it, what supervisor. Item number 12, that was Bob?
That was, no, it was Colin.
Okay, sorry. All right, item number 14, number 16, and 23.
Number
Okay, so
15?
Was 15, I know there was a suggestion for 15, but I scratched it out.
That was Supervisor Tiffany.
Okay, so, sorry, Bob. All right, so let's just go, let's take hold on. 12, 14, 15, and 23. Am I correct, Clerk, Madam Clerk?
Yes, you are.
So let's go ahead and get a motion to approve all of the other consent items except for 12, 14, and 23. 15. 12, 14, 15, and 23. I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion, we approve all of those consent items, other than 12, 14, 15, and 23.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a 5-0 on all those items except for. So let's go ahead and go to item number 12 first.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just had a couple questions. One, the $10,000 for the grand jury, are they, I thought the county increased its injection to the grand jury in the past year or two. So I'm curious how that plays into this as far as the numbers go.
So if I may, thank you, board. Uh, So the grand jury actually had a decrease from prior years. And the last couple years, we haven't been able to get a true reflection of what the costs are because of COVID. So the grand jury hasn't been meeting as regularly or taking on as many items or different investigations as normal. This year, with our county court getting kind of whole up to speed, because for a while we had a judge kind of in limbo, with now presiding Judge Omar getting the grand jury up and going. The grand jury's been able to kind of meet, get all its committee going. So this year, as we're looking to span out to the remainder of the year, it looks like they'll be running up real tight on their funding. So as of right now, they still have some, and they're able to manage. But as we start to get into April, May, June, that's where we're gonna start to see some.
I guess just for I'm just curious how $10,000, because their normal budget, what is their normal budget? Because that seems like in proportion a significant amount of money.
So a couple of things that I will add is that this year, because as I mentioned, they're kind of back up to full force, we had to make some adjustments to the way that they were doing their meetings, just like we all did with.
So we
the
under
conference.
budgeted? Did we under budget basically? Is that what
Just,
you're saying?
yeah, a little bit. And
Okay.
the main reason for it is the prior years, as I mentioned, they weren't meeting, so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because what jumped out to me was
Yeah.
teleconferencing was mentioned in that. Look, I have a Zoom account and it's not $10,000. So that it kind of jumped out, the 10,000. I'm assuming that's hours and the grand jury
Time.
members that they
Time.
put in all the time.
The
to
time
get
that
their
they're putting
stipends. I
in.
just want to make sure that that's.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. Thank you for
Yeah.
answering that.
Yeah.
Any other supervisors want to comment on this item? No? Okay, so then do you want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we have a 501, item number 12. Let's move on to item number 14.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
That's
ahead.
me as well. So yeah, just quickly on that, I'm obviously very much in support of this. I think it's very, very exciting. I could almost have pulled it off just to, make note of it to the public that we're pursuing this potentially historic grant to expand the library at the current location. The question I have is, in reading the documents, it mentions the dollar for dollar match is mandated in the grant application, and they do give an exception if a community can show it's unable to pay the match. I'm just wondering what the thinking is here, that we're not doing dollar for dollar, we're doing a 2-to-1. The grant to the county contribution it's a 2-to-1, so it's not actually dollar for dollar would be 7.5 million. I just don't think we have maybe I shouldn't say this on the record. I don't think we have the argument that we don't have money and we have money, we have reserves. So I don't quite understand why we're going for, not doing the dollar for dollar. I'm worried that it's going to actually cause a complication in the application, and that's the main thing. That maybe they throw out our application because we're asking for, too much.
Is Aaron on? Can you please comment on that? Or Nora? Aaron? Oh,
Okay, let's wait on Nora.
all right.
Come on down.
Supervisor Kozmicki, would you mind restating your question?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. This is very exciting that we're pursuing this grant. I've been supportive, but my only issue, my question was reading the requirements in the application. It requires a dollar for dollar match mandated. It does, and as I said, it gives an exception if a community can show it's unable to pay the match. I'm just concerned that we're applying for 15 with a $10 million match, a $5 million contribution, so we're not actually meeting the requirement of the dollar to dollar, and so I'm concerned that potentially that could affect our application's success potential. And could you explain the thinking?
Well, in communication with the state, their instruction was that we have to justify. And because we fall into a tier, that we are at the $15 mark, and we're not a very rich county, I think, and Gabe was working on that, a particular part that will explain that I totally feel very confident that we will get that.
Okay, you don't feel like they could see the application and say, look, we don't meet the requirement, and they could easily look at our, I'm sorry, they could look at our books, their public record, and see that we have millions of dollars in reserves, so, which we need to spend on roads, but
And that's a very good response.
I'm just putting it out there. Slight concern. Could be a really, really big deal. We have to get this grant in my mind. We got to get this grant. I'm just concerned
A very good question, to ask. And in the beginning, when we first started this dialogue with the state library, not only San Benito County, but all the jurisdictions, we originally fell, and when I say we, I mean all the jurisdictions, were either in the first tier, second tier, or third tier. And that had to do with the breakdown of the funding per capita. Okay, we happened to fall into the second tier. We were 17 minutes away from 17 cents or thereabout from having to give, the entire, not having to give anything. So we're really close.
Okay.
So I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to do this.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, good question. Thank you.
Okay. So any other questions on item number 14?
Let me, just to follow up, I was asking about the match as well, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't have been a little bit less, maybe, but at any rate, it'd be very exciting to get the $10 million. I gather this is not the case, but with this grant, are we committed to any specific plans, as far as when we get the grant? Because I know we haven't really finalized, the plans for the library, so I'm curious how that is handled. And I've gone through the requirements, and, it can be used for different things, but I'm just curious about that. Do we have flexibility, I guess, as I'm asking?
Originally, it is designated for a combination of, maintenance or a lot of the safety features. Okay, our big safety feature, and I did run this past through the state because I wanted to make sure that they would be accepting of it. We don't have certain things that we should have, but the biggest safety issue that I am very concerned about and have been very concerned for a long time is a lack of capacity that we struggle with. And at times, there's 60 some odd people in there. We're not even having a program. Other times, we've got 300, 400 folks showing up, and we're rotating folks out, and there's children that come in those streets. I always worry that something can happen. So we're looking, I was hoping that Karen would be able to chime in. But the biggest concern is that capacity building that will take care of will certainly go far in us not having to be so crowded. Look at the impact that us not having space created during the pandemic. Other libraries could do things we could not do because it wasn't safe.
And the state has told you that just because we're not asking for the money for, let's say, earthquake retrofit, we still are likely to get the grant.
Early on, I asked about
that.
And the response was, no, turn it in.
Okay.
And I did.
And also how we do that, how we address the capacity issue, I gather we have some flexibility, whether it's expansion on a one-story, building versus, two-story. That's just kind of a general question.
I think one of the things that I've had to wrestle with, there was never a possibility for me to be able, and I'm going to step a little bit further back to answer this question. In 2006, we didn't even have Wi-Fi. So we decided that we were going to focus on technology. We were fortunate to have our CAO available. At that time, he wasn't our CAO, but he was head of IT, and he was always very gracious and helpful to me as a department head in trying to move forward in these things. Now, with this situation, we have very good internet. We have 10 gigabits. It's a fast internet. We're looking at other possibilities of extending it out. Our problem still continues to be the physical capacity and the limitations and the security and the safety of folks wanting to come in that library, too many at a time, when we have a capacity of only 42, and you've got staff that takes up some of those numbers. So when I read this grant, that's why I made that call. If we could do something like this, because as you look at the name of the project, it's safety first, okay? And I was told to turn it in. So I just told myself, sometimes you have to go for things and see what happens. Because if you tell yourself no first, there's no reason somebody else, they could say yes, but you're not going to have that chance because you told yourself no first. So I did not do that. I decided to go for it. Now, in regards to how we're going to do it, I think we have some time. We've talked about the expansion of a two floors at 6,000 square feet. I understand there's going to be movement also from the Office of Ed, which will then give us, the 15,000 plus the 6. We're looking at 21,000. I was just working on a business plan for a possibility of building something on later on in the future through some ideas that I've come up with. Of course, that's still a little bit further on. Because we should be, with the amount of population that we have and the needs that exist, and I'm not only talking about if there's ever another situation like the one that hopefully is behind us, we're going to be in a better place than we were this time because of the technology, because how we have used it and how we have continued to apply for any type of funding so that we can do better, even with the limited space. Well, we can't do better unless we build that capacity. So that was an idea that Mike Chambliss came up with. And we have the space to be able to do that. And then that will build the capacity, that we need to get us to 21,000 square feet. We're still going to be short, but at least we're not going to be as short as we are today.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question, really not for Nora, I don't think, but maybe for you, Ray. What role, and I know that Michelle was involved in this previously, but what role is our lobbyist and maybe, Robert and Anna going to play in terms of us securing this grant?
Yeah, she is definitely assisting us with our local legislatures. We will have a clear presentation from her on the 15th. So she's going to come down and actually present to you the items that she's working on, as well as some of the ABs and SBs that are coming down the pipe that might affect us. So I think it'll be a healthy discussion. There's been some preliminary conversations that we have been kind of redirected, and I need to, I hate even saying this in a public meeting, but we've been, I think, redirected to discuss some of these matters with Leard, the future senator. So we're working on all avenues, and hopefully, hopefully she'll still be able to assist us, Anna Caballera. But if not, we will be working with Laird on that, just based on kind of
And Robert as well, right?
Yeah, and Robert, we've already reached out to Robert and our supervisor, supervisor anymore, assembly member, Rivas, so used to him being a board member.
Thank you.
A quick follow-up, Madam Chair,
Yes,
based
please.
on that. So you mentioned the expansion. I just want to make it clear. Because we've talked in the ad hoc, and what I've said, I believe what the community would support, because the $60 million concept is it's just, we're a small, poor community. It's not realistic. And so we went in this direction of expansion at the current site. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. We're talking long-term. The expansion is the new library, right? The expansion is the library, and then potentially we can look at other property nearby that potentially could act as an additional expansion, just so that we're not going to go and spend $5 million and then turn around and look at another library somewhere else. That's all. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Well, you know, when we did the feasibility study, it gave us, for myself, it gave us a roadmap to look at. Because we took the pulse of the community, where they were at, what they were saying, what they were thinking. And we worked on that. And I think that there's validity in 2 libraries because of a location, 2 instead of 1, because the one for 60 million was a lot of money. But you as a librarian, you look at what are the needs of the community. What possibilities could we have? So you dream on paper. You know, you take a look at the paper. Well, what would you need? How could you go about this? There's a coalition. So you kind of work with that and see, because we did get a very high rating of appreciation and satisfaction. And I know that we need the space. We paid a significant amount of money to be able to do that needs assessment.
But you mentioned 2 libraries, and that's where I was a little bit wary.
Okay. Because
we could build up, we could build off to the side. Office of Education moves to another location, maybe use a little less office space. There's a lot of office space in that library. We could get closer to 30,000 square feet with one library. There's the property next door. I'm just worried that we're not being clear that we're going down the road of doing an expansion and then doing a second library, because I have not supported a second library at any point.
Let me clarify. When I said about thinking on paper, so you look at all possibilities, right? What could be the potential of trying to create more space? Let's say, for example, that you look at, and I'm sorry, maybe we're getting off the subject here.
A little bit, yes. We're taking the conversation where it might be a curiosity for
it's relevant to whether I will support committing to $5 million.
If we can, maybe we can bring it back.
Can you kind of like, yes, that might be a suggestion to bring that back. But
and we can always, talk, and because could be some other possibilities out there. Let's say, for example, real quick. At one time, there was a 65-35, where the state paid 65% of the new facility, and the county paid only 35. Right? Yeah. So a lot of things happen, right? So, that's kind of what I was talking about. I'm sorry, and I apologize. I got a little bit off track there. Sorry.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, I know that there is the ability for us to work on this. That'll come a little later on how we're going to develop it, so that the grant provides that flexibility. So we will be definitely coming back to the board to discuss the plan on what we're doing. I know the initial thought is just to add square footage behind the building. That was about 5,000 square feet, as well as potentially using the Office of Ed. Right now, we're in communication with the Office of Ed to look at using the old behavioral health building. So we will be taking a tour and discussing that. Hopefully, that will work out. We will probably be providing them some more square footage. So I think that might help them, and then also help us with expanding the library. So I think it could be a win-win. We're still going through those negotiations and discussions, so I will be meeting with the Office of Ed, Crystal Lamonto, within the month and discussing those things. So we'll come back, but definitely moving this to the next step. We wanted to present this to your board now, be able to submit this. I think next week is the plan, I believe. It'll be coming out of administration. We'll be submitting this, and then we'll see how the results come, and if they approve it, then we'll come back to you with more details.
So
We're very much, trying to stay on top of this and ahead of this. See, this is, when it goes in, all of this can go ahead and be sent, off to them. But, and I do have to say, and I don't want to take up too much more time, because I know you're tired and busy, but I really want to thank the team that has worked with the library. We've really, bringing it together. Aaron has done an outstanding job on this as well. So actually, everybody deserves a great deal of applause for their efforts in wanting to address this capacity safety issue for the county. Thank you.
And then I was just going to clarify for, particular to this agenda item itself, there is an application due date of March the 21st, and that would be, it's before our next board meeting, so we really have to make a decision now as to the application. So, have we gone to the public already on this? Okay,
Oh,
good,
you did-
thank you.
yes, you did.
Okay, so we're back here at the supervisors. Yes,
I'll move to approve as recommended.
thank you. Okay, so can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You have a 5-0 there, Ms. Nora. Thank you, and good luck on that, grant application. Okay, item number 15. Okay. We went to the public in general already, so we don't really need to.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot already.
Right?
Yeah. Short memory. Okay, so first of all, I have a question with this, and then a couple comments, but Gabe, I'm a little confused.
Yes.
I'm confused often, but anyway, I'm specifically confused with this one. We've already approved, or I believe, $329,263 for a manager to oversee homeless services or to assist in that area, and then also for a homeless abatement contract with Smith and Enright Landscaping.
Yes.
Now we're looking at another contract or an additional contract. What is this 164,775? It's confusing the way it's presented, I believe. So maybe it's just me, but I think it's very confusing.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. May address that. It may just be confusion on the way it's worded. So similar to how in the prior meeting, we first went through the allocation of the funding, approved the allocation, and then we approved the PRA staff as a separate item. This item itself is coming by its lonesome, I guess, with the contract for the abatement services, which is $164,000. This is also approving the position for the HHSA department to bring on that program manager. So what we had done in the prior meeting is approve the funding, and this is now bringing the item connected with the contract and the position
Okay.
to the board.
So the 164 is part of the 329?
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then a separate question is, and I think I know the answer, but is the abatement for only in the unincorporated areas of the county, or is it countywide?
So for the abatement, I would defer to Tracy at
Tracy.
HHSA, if she's on the line to answer that.
And one reason why I bring that up, and I'd like to certainly hear from Tracy, is that as was mentioned earlier, and it's come up in the intergovernmental meeting committee, we certainly, this should be a countywide program, including the city of Hollister, because the homeless certainly are largely in the city of Hollister, significantly. And I know there's been this talk about this JPA, which for the homeless, which I'd be supportive, but nevertheless, the immediate thing is that we need to get the city of Hollister to ideally be involved in this. Now, when it came up in the intergovernmental, the mayor's comment is that they're already doing abatement in the city of Hollister. the implication to me was that, you know, you've got separate issues in the unincorporated areas. So I'm just curious how we're planning to, I'm in support of this, but how do we go forward to make sure we're working together on this with the city of Hollister? Anyway, that's long question comment.
So when you look at the contract, I mean, I'll probably maybe defer to Tracy on first of all, but when you look at it, it's designated by the county. So wherever the locations are at by the county is where we would be asking these folks to go and work on. Tracy, can you elaborate further on that? Before that though, I just wanted to share this, is that we did go to the intergovernmental. We did request that the city pay for half of this. They said that they would, they wanted to have more say in what was happening. They wanted to have a little, so they're exploring creating the JPA, and they have their legal team currently working on it. I did get an update earlier from Brett that they're still working on it. So they haven't finalized anything yet. We're not sure exactly. But there was a caveat, I believe, and I believe you were in that meeting, where they wanted to wait on that and have this as a discussion item. However, in light of, I think, some of the concerns from the board with, you know, having homeless folks out there, we wanted just to move this forward and use ARPA money for that. So
Yeah, and I'm not against moving forward. I just want to be sure that, and I understand the JPA and all of that, but the bottom line is the city of Hollister needs to participate, you know, and we need to, whether it be through the JPA or some other means, we need to definitely work with the city on that. So
yeah,
that's my only
yeah.
comment.
Tracy, did you want to elaborate further on that point?
Sure. So, as you highlighted in the contract, it doesn't specify, you know, county lines if it's just for unincorporated, but as Ray indicated, we have had conversations with the city to help partner with us on this. And at the last intergovernmental meeting, the mayor did indicate that they're doing their own. So part of the role of the program manager that we're bringing on board is to manage this contract as well. And so we will start, excuse me, with the unincorporated areas of the county and assess what areas need abatement, as well as working with some of the private business owners and the sheriff's office to work on some of those areas initially. But we're not opposed to a partnership, but it sounds like, based off of what the mayor said, is they are already doing their own abatement. And so we need to have a follow-up meeting with them to see what efforts they're making towards the cleanup. I'm sure you've all seen that there is still a lot of work to be done within the city and the county. And so we do have a follow-up meeting on Monday, March 14th, which is our homeless provider committee meeting. I believe that Supervisor Dirks and Kosmicki are going to attend that one, and we've invited the city to participate as well. And so, you know, we're open to partnerships. We do have a lot of homeless programs that are offered out through our agency, and we do need some help of this program manager to help manage these programs. And so we're hoping that we can partner more with the city to enhance the abatement as well as services to the homeless in the community.
You move the people out of the city, they're going to move into the county, and vice versa. On the other hand, if the city is saying they're taking care of their area, then the money that we're allocating here, and we do have limited funds, should be focused on the unincorporated areas of the county. But ideally, we can work together and have them share in this cost. So, thank you.
And Madam Chair, just to add on to that, I think it goes without saying the problem's never really going to go away. So, I mean, I think what I got out of the comments in intergovernmental was that in the immediate term, they haven't stopped going out into the riverbed, for instance. I think I had brought up an area of Union Road that, you know, had some more vehicles and things in the county, and the mayor had responded that, well, we're currently out there, we're still doing it, basically. So I don't see how that would really impact the future and sharing. For us, it's really, you know, cost sharing, where we're gonna not spend $330, maybe we're gonna spend $165, and then it could be more efficient as well, as you're saying, if we get it all in one fell swoop. Thank you.
Any other discussions on item number trying to make sure, 15, to see which one I'm on. Nope. Okay, so what is the will of the board regarding item 15?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract for the homeless abatement services, and we approve the additional staffing.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
We have a couple, okay.
As recommended.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0 on that one. Okay. The next item that was pulled was item number 23.
Okay, this is me as well. So the reason why I pulled this, and I don't know if we potentially have, or maybe Gabe, you can address this. This is kind of a general question, but, you know, we get this, I think it's now monthly report of the treasurer's portfolio. And I don't think any of us have probably the background to really fully understand what we're looking at. But my question is this, is that, you know, there's a lot of, I know we don't have money invested in equity, so don't have to worry about that as far as what's going on right now globally, economically. But with interest rates, you know, going up, anytime you're in fixed income, you know, securities, bonds and things like that, there's always the risk of interest rate increases affecting your value. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just wondering, you know, what is I'm assuming that we're positioned well in that area.
We have our tax collector treasurer on the line.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, do we have any exposure there that we need to worry about?
Melinda, can you answer that, please? Melinda?
Okay, I'm here. So, as far as I can see, we do not have any, I'm hearing an echo. We don't have any exposure, bad exposure to the way that the economy is working right now. All of our investments are very conservative, and they're made under the guidelines of the California State Code. So we can't invest, you know, we don't invest in the stock market, any kind of equity like that. All of our investments are very conservative, and they're not really at a risk for rate. We have seen the rates increasing. Unfortunately, inflation's not helping us a lot, but we have a very diversified portfolio. So we don't have all of our eggs in one basket. And it's been shown over time that we have a strategy of 2 to 5 years, and that our interest rates will do better, and our investments will do better over the 2 to 5 year instead of just a 1 year investment opportunities. So far, I don't see a problem with our investments in today's environment, and I check daily with our investor advisor to make sure that we're on track and we're not putting any of our investments at harm. Does that answer your question?
So then, any other questions, concerns from any other supervisors on this item? Okay, so then what is the will of the board on item number 23?
I don't know if we're there. I
No,
guess
we
I'll
don't have to
make
do
a
anything, we just said
motion.
accept it.
We accept
We just
the
accepted it.
report.
Okay. So does that acceptance
to-
require
we
a
have to
formal?
vote on it. Okay, I'll make a motion. We accept the treasurer's portfolio report for January 2022.
And a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So on that note, it is 3:19.
Before we go into the geological hazard, abatement district. Would the board like to consider an urgency item? I know the board already provided
you.
direction, but just to make it clear, we did check the code section. It would be Government Code Section 25365 that pertains to disposal of surplus property. The board wanted to add it as a formal urgency item today. You could make the findings that it came after the posting of the agenda and it can't reasonably wait till the next posted meeting.
Okay.
That would require the 4/5 vote of the board. Then the donation says that the board may convey by 4/5 vote to the state any surplus, any real or personal property belonging to the county on the terms and conditions that are agreed without complying with any provisions of the code. If the property is not conveyed, if it's not required for county use. And then I don't, the sheriff may be able to be called in, but he may not be able to call in as well. He said he would try.
Okay. So then you would just need for us to take an official vote on that position. So per
Yes.
staff recommendation.
Yes, add it to the agenda first.
Okay.
With the vote. If those findings are made, the board can add that to the agenda.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and entertain, do we have to go to public comment for this to amend the agenda and?
You can add it to the agenda first.
Okay, so let's go ahead and, can I get a motion to add this item to the agenda regarding the donating of the surplus goods from the sheriff's department via the Cal OES?
Based upon the findings that I stated.
I'll make that motion that we add this agenda item.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Did I hear 5 votes? Yes? Okay. So 5 votes to add it to the agenda. And now we have to then take the vote to treat it as an urgency item.
Right, now you can hear public comment, see if
Okay.
anybody's on the phone, and then make the vote to donate the property pursuant to Government Code Section 25365.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the public then.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Any in the chambers? No? Okay. All right. So it has been added to the agenda as an urgency item. So now we need a vote to go ahead and authorize the CAO to do whatever you need to do with OES.
I could
Can you make that statement? Yes, so that way we have it.
Yeah, I could just provide a statement, just that Supervisor Taylor sent to me.
Sheriff.
Sheriff
to note-
Taylor.
I'm sorry, Sheriff Taylor, just to note that these items are at the end of their life. They were received from donations from other entities many years ago from the Watsonville Police Department. And the Watsonville Police Department had received part of them as a donation from the military years before that. So they are at the end of their life, and that so he just wanted to note that those are at the end of their useful life, but that they could still be used, in a war zone, even though they're not state
It's
of the
better
art.
than nothing, yes. Okay, so then can we get a motion per staff recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, we have first, gotta get a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so a first and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now that is doing something for the Ukrainian people, okay? That, I feel good about that, thank you. And I'm sorry for breaking protocol there. Okay, so that, at this point then, we'll go ahead and adjourn as a Board of Supervisors, and then we will now reconvene as the San Diego County Geologic Hazard Abatement District, and that would be item number 24.
So you need to go ahead and acknowledge the certificate of posting like you would normally.
The whole kit and caboodle.
Whole thing, yeah.
Can I get an acknowledgement of posting, a certificate of posting?
I'll make that motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0 on the acknowledgement. Okay.
Public comment, item B.
Are we gonna let him say anything first?
Well, it's in the staff report.
Oh,
Yeah,
You have
public
to- I would follow
consent.
Okay, so any public comment for items not on the agenda, is that where,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Sorry.
If you'd like to make a comment,
As the GAD.
if you'd like to make a comment on item number 24, in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
So technically, that could have been a comment from left field for anything, anything. Okay.
Yes.
And the
Yeah.
25
For those of
just
you
start-
wanting to knock us, that would have been your opportunity to chime in. Okay, so on that, so now we have the presentation. Do we have to do the consent?
No, first is action.
Okay, so let's go ahead and approve the minutes for the January 25th meeting, item number 26.
So moved.
Okay, so I got a
Second.
first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do the public have to comment on minutes?
Consent.
Consent agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment on item number 25, in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so thank you. So we had a first and a second, all in favor on approving the minutes. Item number 25, say aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. Now we're going to go to item number 26, and I'm sure there might be some public comment on that, but we'll wait for your presentation. Okay?
All right, thank you, San Benito GAD Board of Directors. So, quick recap. We are here because the Promontory project several years ago was conditioned based on their location and existing geological features of the project. They were conditioned to annex and operate their own GAD operation within the San Benito Geological Hazard Abatement District. So, in January, this board approved the Promontory project to be annexed into the GAD, and now we're discussing the funding source to implement GAD activities for the Promontory project and to order an assessment to the property owners to be paid to start funding the GAD activities for that project. And on that note, there is an engineer on the line, geotechnical engineer, who's going to provide a little bit more details. So I'll pause at this moment unless Eric and or Haley would like to jump in.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Eric Harrell, and we are here today to look at the funding source for the Promontory at Ridgemark development. The plan of control was approved earlier this year, and it had a scope of services for the special benefit within the GAD, what those residents, future residents will receive as part of GAD services. To secure a funding source for the GAD, we have prepared an engineer's report for the development showing the special benefit that is conferred upon the future residents, and then an assessment limit that would provide for those services as outlined in the plan of control that was approved. What we are recommending based on the scope of services is an annual assessment of $1,332 per resident per year. And that would fund both the preventive maintenance and the emergency response in case there's larger events with the slopes there and the erosion and landsliding that is possible in the future. So the assessment here would be, if approved, the assessment here would be sent to the property owner for a vote. So we would prepare a notice of assessment and a ballot. Those would go to the property owner. There is a single property owner currently. That would go to the property owner for their vote. We would then come back to the board to tally those votes a minimum of 45 days from now. So it would be a little bit longer, say almost 2 months. We would come back with the tally of those votes. If there was an affirmative vote, that would allow the imposition of an assessment, and those assessments would start the first fiscal year after each building permit was issued for a residence. So it's all part of the Prop 218 procedure for implementing this assessment, since it does go on the secured property tax roll for each residence. So we have prepared a budget. Like I said, the assessment there, the total assessment is approximately just under $120,000 a year for the entire development. Like that includes preventive maintenance, emergency response, and a reserve accumulation for larger events that may occur in the future. And we are available for any questions about this, the engineer's report or proposed assessment. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go to members of the public, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment on item number 26 in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you, only because I love to hear myself talk. Okay, so 1,300 times the 90 future homes that are coming up?
Correct.
How are you going to do a Prop 218 if nobody's there to answer these ballots? There's no houses being built. So you're talking about this $1,300 is going to go towards the residents that are already at Richmark? It doesn't make sense that you're going to send out a Prop 218 for the houses aren't even built yet. I'm lost.
No, the assessment starts a year after folks move into their house. Is that correct, Eric?
After they've already bought the house, then they're going to be surprised that they're going to get an additional bill of $1,300.
I don't know if I'd say the word surprise, but it will be assessed on their tax roll, yes.
Can you let her ask her questions because we're
I'm
taking
sorry.
her time?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm sorry. I
Thank-
apologize. I thought she was.
No. So again, so there's going to be houses and there's also going to be, affordable housing or condos or whatever. And I would encourage each one of you, and I know I've said it before, please go out there and walk this area. Go through Southside and see how this affects Southside. It's literally part of it is a ravine, is what I would call a ravine. There's just a cliff. So those affected as well live on South Side. The next speaker lives there, and we've had landslides there. So how does this affect them? And I would hope that this money is going to cover them, but they should not have to be forced to have to pay this $1,300. And there's several residents down there in that area. I'm just astounded that you're going to go ahead and you're going to build these homes, and they're not going to know, because real estate agents do not give all the details that they're supposed to do. Then later they find out that something is there and now they don't have an option. And this Prop 213 only goes to homeowners, the property owner. What about the people who are going to rent there? Because I complain about Prop 218 all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I let her go because we kind of had an exchange there.
Apologies.
So since you're new to the RMA, and we had to learn it the hard way ourselves as supervisors, is the speaker has their time uninterrupted, and you don't even have to address the questions that are given. We might pose them back to you in return, but you don't have to. And again, it was a tough learning curve for some of us sitting up here.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Bencourt?
Yes, I live literally down the street from those washouts I talked to Steve earlier and showed him some pictures. My concern is I believe that those washouts should be fixed now. That should not be the responsibility of the homeowners coming up in the future. If the engineering is wrong up there, it's a possibility that if that retention pond would fail, it would literally wash my house away, because I'm down at the end of that canyon. So I've been watching it almost daily, because I think that I would like to go to the engineers as it's being built so that we can fix it before there's a problem. So far, the only thing that I would think is that the developer should fix the washout that was this last winter. Anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you.
On Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. There were a few questions and concerns that were raised from the two speakers. So who would like to go first to address it? Supervisor Tiffany, it's in your district. How about if we go to you first?
Yeah, it's in my district, and you know, I've had, in addition to Richard, another constituent who has reached out to me, which I've contacted Steve on, and you know, there is a concern, and I certainly understand where Richard is coming from. He's right at the bottom, like he says, and there's, you know, concern, like I said, from at least one other constituent. I think there are legitimate concerns, and I know, Steve, maybe you can comment. I know you're taking a look at it, you know, already. We probably don't know exactly, but this obviously, this whatever it's called, jihad, I mean, the intent is to deal with issues, but I hear what is being said. Let's try to let's be proactive and deal with it before something happens. So anyway, any comments you can make to address both Elia and Richard's comments would be appreciated.
Okay. I can speak now.
Yes. Yes, you may.
So, I'll kind of big picture issues regarding the existing landslide washout. We have had geotechs, not even geotechnical engineers on the call, but the current project geotechnical engineers provide both preliminary and tentative and right now recommendations for stabilizing the slope. I'll call them temporary solutions. And they're also working on a memorandum for permanent solutions of that previous slide. So just to answer that question that was posed. And Supervisor, regarding your question and adjacent concerns, yes. So we're currently having the property line staked, the westerly property line staked, so that we can ensure that the project is not diverting water onto adjacent property, which I guess a resident was concerned that that was going to be occurring. Noting that there's a lot of grading going on at the site, and the plans I've seen do not divert any new water onto adjacent properties. I'll just say that, but we're investigating that, to answer your question, Supervisor. I don't want to comment on real estate and disclosures of real estate agents, but I'll just pause there. So. Okay.
Sometimes it's better not to say anything. Any other supervisors with questions or comments?
My only thoughts is I can't imagine you couldn't purchase a property without having some kind of disclosure, not by a real estate agent, but by the actual the contract. You know, there's legal requirements to provide assessments.
TDS 14. It's called the TDS 14. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think they will know what they're signing on to. Otherwise, they don't sign.
I would just want to add too, it was actually a question I also had a couple meetings ago with the disclosure, because I was also very concerned. I wanted to make sure, you know, residents weren't forced into this, who already lived there, and so that was addressed, and they said it's kind of a big deal, being a part of one of these entities, and so they were gonna, you know, they say they're going to disclose it, and I think it is a bigger deal than just like, oh, by the way, this is like, you know, a couple miles behind your house or whatever. So, yeah.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, I think it just in hindsight, it just for me brings to light that maybe if you have to form a geologic hazard district with concerns, $120,000 a year, maybe we shouldn't be building 9,000 square foot to, what is it, 9,000 square foot to 8,550 square feet to 29,000 square foot homes. This is not exactly what I'm thinking about when I think about smart growth and the future of our county, but that's just obviously my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
My questions are more regarding the Prop 218 vote, because I understand with Prop 218, the districts themselves get a vote in that they want something going forward, and it's in essence a tax. So here we have a tax here that we as a county are looking at to impose on potential homeowners. And is it fair and is it right to impose that 218 before there are any inhabitants, residents in that area? And was the speaker correct when she said that the existing residents will have this imposition put on them and not just the new residents? And then just to add to that, I fully understand what CCNRs are and so forth. I worked in a real estate office before, and that's what I say a TDS 14 is a legal requirement for a seller to disclose every single item associated with that, from the death of a person in the home to any kind of structural issues to any kind of CCNRs, any homeowners association that is included in a transaction. So can you elaborate any?
So Eric, on the phone, I'll answer part of that question. And no, the existing residents of Ridgemark or anywhere in the vicinity will not be assessed this $1,300. I'll answer that part. I don't know, Eric, if you want to chime in to add to that.
Yes, thank you very much. So yes, this would not impose on any existing residents. They're not within the geologic hazard abatement district, so that it only applies to the 90 homes. And if this is approved and then a affirmative vote by the property owner, this would have a recorded assessment diagram and assessment roll. So this does come up on any records with a real estate transaction. So it is for all the other ones we do with assessment rolls and assessment diagrams, this comes up on any title report or any documents prior to home purchase. So this would be a known quantity before a homeowner would purchase anything within the district.
Then only one property owner is making this 218 vote? Is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I don't have the conditions of approval in front of me right now, so this is just a hypothesis, so please take it in that manner. But it would be often a condition of approval that the GHAD be formed and funded before, as a condition of approval of the project. So they may not be able to sell homes until that is accomplished, because so that may be a prerequisite to selling the homes. And the reason for it is you don't want to sell the homes and then not have the district be able to be funded to provide the services that are necessary. So that's probably why it's being done now.
And Barbara's correct. It's exactly part of the conditions. So.
Okay. And then my question on top of that is, the one speaker that spoke and the washout affecting his home, have we done everything we can as a county to do our due diligence that we are not creating not only an adversarial position, but the gentleman is one of our LAFCO officers and a very long-standing member of the community, been very, very active. And I'm not interested in alienate them just to move a project forward that may or may not be beneficial to the community.
Yes, Supervisor. So as I mentioned, we have temporary measures installed to prevent further erosion, and then we're waiting for a recommendation from the current geotechnical engineers on how we can do a permanent fix of that slope. So.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And follow up, Steve. So this money that's going into this fund eventually is to take care of issues potentially. What happens if we get this report back and there are more permanent fixes, the permanent fix you're talking about, more work that's to be done? Who pays for that? Is that paid for by I would hope the developers here, since they're potentially the ones causing the potential issue? How is that all done prior to monies being in this GHAD fund to pay for things?
So the GAD funds address issues that would occur in the future. And like Eric said, the project itself, not the homeowners, the project itself is responsible for anything that happens prior to 1 year after the first home purchase. So not taxpayers, not future homeowners, the project, if that answers your question.
Okay, all right. And we are just, and I know you and I have talked about this, but you're going to be following up with both the other constituent, as well as Richard in regards to these concerns.
Yeah, correct. Once we have the property lines staked out, I'll go back to the site. I was there today, but I'll go back and make another assessment and then talk to the project team and address those issues. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
One quick question.
Yes.
What happens if we don't approve this? Who's on the hook for the 120 grand a year for the geologic hazard district? And because there have been sort of questions about, and I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just for context here.
If you don't approve it, sending the ballot to the property owner, I'm not sure I have an answer to that question legally. What occurs if it stops the process? Maybe it puts...
Because we've already formed the GHAD, right?
Right.
So I don't, it seems like it's... Right.
Yeah, perhaps.
And this was part of the agreement
Concept,
with this
yeah.
development going in.
Correct.
They had to do this. Yeah.
Right, it's
Through the chair, if I might add to that question, that answer. Would it be okay if I added to that answer through the chair?
Yes, you can.
Yes. So if this was not approved, if a Prop 218 assessment is not approved, you would have an unfunded district, and the GAD it would exist unless you dissolved it, but it would provide no services. It would have no funds to provide any services and could not provide any services in the future. If it's unfunded, it would be an entity unless dissolved, but would provide no benefit.
What is the will of the board regarding this item?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution 2022-02, which approves the promontory at Ridgemark Development Engineers Report, declares the GHAD or the GAD's intent to order an assessment for the promontory at Ridgemark Development, and sets a public hearing date on April 26, 2022.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it sounds like a 5-0 on that item. We look forward to hearing more on this as it moves forward. Okay, so before we adjourn, let's go ahead and look at future agenda items. I know that there were a few already.
I
that
believe
we
you have to
referred
adjourn out of the GAD and then reconvene as a Board of Supervisors.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we will go ahead and convene this meeting for the San Benito County, what is our official capacity? San Benito Geologic Hazard Abatement District, and we will then reconvene as the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. Do we need to take a vote on that? All right, so, are we good? Okay, so future agenda items, there have been a few that have been already put up. Can you refresh our memory, because it seems like 9 o'clock was almost 2 days ago. It was a very condensed day. We got a lot done in a short period of time, but my mind's fried right now.
I think it was fantastic. It was great. Let me see what I have here. We will be coming, let's see, back in June concerning, actually, yeah, it'll probably have to be June, right after our budget hearings for the sales tax initiative. So just so you know, because we might have to, it's, the August date is, what day, August 12th, or what day was that? August 12th, if I recall correctly. So that doesn't give us much time, I think, at one other meeting, so in case we need to do some. So we'll bring that back the day after budget hearings that I have written down here. As well as the other item. So we'll be bringing back item 16. That item will be coming back to your board after we do some more work on that, and we will itemize that per the board's request.
Thank you.
Let's see here. The other one was the.
There was that,
Sorry, normally I write them down as we go, and my hands are so cold, I didn't do that.
Oh, the Miko. Yeah, we'll be
Okay,
bringing
yes,
that
okay.
back as well.
All right, so anything other than that, supervisors, that you would like to put on the agenda? I personally would like to put back on the agenda the official stance of the Board of Supervisors on putting in educating the community regarding the initiatives.
I'll second that.
Okay. And again, we don't know what that position is or how it's going to be worded, but just to take some time to discuss that. Okay. So, any other items?
I know this is already on our item, but we are gonna, and I guess at the retreat, we're gonna bring up the 3 minutes, going back to 3 minutes for the
Yes,
public.
yes. So we'll be bringing the 3-minute item back to your board. You guys, we're going to have you vote on it then, as well as how we process the meetings, if the board members are going to have any limitation on times, and just kind of open it up. Today was actually a good test drive of how we would
It
go,
worked well.
just changing a little bit of the
Yeah, no,
dialogue.
I think
which-
that speed things up.
Yeah, definitely.
The other thing, I mentioned this earlier, and it may be part and parcel with our retreat or when we talk about roads, but again, I would personally like to take a little closer look at how we prioritize what road projects we're doing and what the timing is.
Yeah, so that actually will happen on this next Tuesday. So we've, Steve and I have been discussing that, and we're actually having GIS work on a map. We'd like to have somewhat of an interactive map with kind of a mileage marker to show you kind of where we're at from a PCI perspective within each district, and what roads potentially would fall under a larger project that we're looking at. So we want to have your input for your district, Supervisor Kosmicki's district, also, all of your districts. So you'll be able to kind of look at the map, look at the roads, and have some dialogue and input with regards to what needs to be done. I think we've heard it very loud and clear. Fairview and Fallon is really important. So from a safety perspective, so that's something that's definitely high on the list. But there's also some other things too that we want to probably look at as the most traveled roads. As an example, there might be, that can be a rating kind of way to look at things, as well as potentially using ARPA money for maybe installing fiber within the roads, or the joint projects with the city of San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister. So Steve's working on all that. So we're going to talk about all that come Tuesday.
Do we have data that gives us information on where the greatest number of accidents have taken place?
Well, I thought you were referring to the PCI count and kind of the ratings of it, but I'll defer that to Steve.
There was another item that Peter Supervisor Hernandez had wanted to bring back that was seconded by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Had suggested something to bring back.
Look at my notes.
I think Ray brought it up with the board minutes.
No, it was prior to that too. There was,
Yeah.
we just talked about it.
I want to talk about the heater issue in here, or the lack thereof. My fingers are frozen.
Are you
know.
kidding me? I'm so hot. I told Jennifer she needs to put on the cooler.
Yeah.
I thought I turned everything off because I'm frozen here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting blasted
Well,
with
the
the furnace.
supervisor's right here, or there's two of us with blankets on our laps. Oh, my gosh.
We'll get you some Snuggies, B.
The ARPA funds with the HSA, so we'll come back on that. That's the one.
Okay.
And regarding Supervisor Tiffany's question, yes, we have a document, and I will forward it to the board. It's produced by a consultant. It's called the Local Roads Safety Program, and it analyzed every intersection throughout the county for accidents and severity of accidents. And so there'll be 3 criteria, as Ray mentioned, for the board to consider. There'll be just the condition of the road, which is the pavement condition index. There'll be the number of vehicles using the road, utilizing the road, and then there'll be the collision data is what I call it. But those 3 items will be under consideration for the board to discuss at the retreat.
Madam Chair, so we won't have to consider any of those South County roads then under those criteria, right?
Well, you notice the other 3 supervisors have been quiet on the roads, and it's been kind of predominantly by 2 of you, but we have some issues and some concerns, so we're just not as vocal.
I get in traffic jams every time we go down there. Colin, I want you to know.
Get a dirt bike.
But I'll tell you what, the condition of the roads down there may trump the other 2, so there you go.
So if there's not any more issues, let's go ahead. I'll take a motion. Oh, I'm
No.
sorry, Supervisor Dirks.
It's okay. I just want to bring up a couple things that we've talked about loosely, and just for the sake of transparency with the county and things that we've talked about. I would like to bring to the agenda doing an independent culture review of the county employees in all departments, all the way across the board, so that we can use that in conjunction with the comp study that was already accomplished, in order to make sure that we're retaining the employees that we do have in the county to the best of our ability. So I'd like to bring that to a future agenda.
And I will be the second on that one, because I think that's a great suggestion.
So I need some more clarity on that. So,
Okay.
so what do you, just, do you want to bring an item back to the board for discussion, or an actual actionable item? What kind of study again? I'm sorry. Independent review? or-
Like a culture review.
Culture review, got it.
Mhm.
I didn't hear that word.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it would be from an independent
Yeah.
company, I would assume, with an
Yeah,
RFP
yeah, yeah.
process.
Okay, got it.
So,
I didn't hear the culture piece.
yep.
And I'll
There-
just,
Yeah, without belaboring that, is that gonna have like metrics outside of just sentiments? Like, is it gonna have
Yes,
an
that's
objective?
my intent, that's what I would hope our intention would be, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not just how do you feel about your supervisor, or whatever the case may be.
it's just that, there's been a lot of, talk in the community, and I know that people I reached out to as a supervisors regarding just the satisfaction level here and the ability to do their job, because a lot of employees feel like they're overwhelmed. They're working out of class, and maybe not an official violation, but they feel like they are been asked to do much more than they would normally be in their job description. So we just want to make sure that we as supervisors can look at that objectively and see if there's something that we can do from an administration, HR, whatever needs to be done. And I don't know what that looks like, but we just know something needs to be done. Yeah.
And just for clarity, that does happen. And we do have folks working out of class, and there's basically an out of class pay for that. So we do if there is that occurring, a good example is Steve as an example. He's working out of class, so he's getting out of class pay for that. So, so it does happen in certain circumstances, but yeah, I think that's good. We should do that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So then was that no? Okay. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I thought you were like one question. I disregarded you already. I didn't want to do it twice, sorry. Okay. And I just want to make a note that I am so glad that there was laughter here at the board, and it was a good day. We're working really a lot more cohesively together, and I just appreciate it. I'll take a motion to adjourn as soon as anyone wants to do that.
So move, Madam Chair.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.